to ourselves, like, how is the vibrant city of Boca Raton going to be different than the vibrancy of Miami Beach, where we work, where we are in their local government as well? How's it going to be different here? And we just looked at each other and we were like, yeah, maybe Boca. Let's focus Boca, right? Because it's going to be different, and it's going to be this flavor that is uniquely the city of Boca Raton. And so I wanted to just use this opportunity to recognize the people that make it happen, and that's you as council and city manager's office and the rest of the staff that is very talented, very intelligent, and unbelievably dedicated to the city in which they work. So. Thank you for allowing me those 7 or 8 minutes to do that. I would also like to move into today talking about where we're going today. So we have 3 strategic focus areas that I think will be more robust in terms of the dialogue among you, because as we started with Campus Master Plan and the related and associated interconnected projects, the strategic focus areas today, the outcomes you decide directly impact the downtown. And so we will talk about that. As we think about and talk about those focus areas, the intent of those conversations is to understand what the outcomes are. What are the targets? What are we aiming for? Imagine it's 2035 and you're here and you're maybe coming back from a trip on Brightline, and you walk through the station and you take a gondola down to the city center, and there's a underground tunnel walking path through the major intersections at Palmetto Park Road and US 1, so that you can safely, walk your bike to Meisner Park and eat or go shopping. And then you decide you're staying, and it's 2035, and you're staying downtown, and there's live music playing somewhere, and it's being piped into wherever. And we thought, like, is that what it's going to be like in 2035? Is that what they want? And today's conversations are going to really impact the tangible changes that residents and stakeholders can feel 10 years from today. And I'm so excited to begin and have those conversations. As we look ahead, I also want to just throw out for you all to think about our indicators. So yesterday we talked a lot about data. And when we did our debrief, the 3 of us went to a local restaurant, and we sat and we did our debrief in a local restaurant here. We decided that one of the key themes of yesterday was around data. And getting more data and having the right data and charting it in the right way. So Mr. Wigder brought up trends. We agreed trends would be something that would be not just interesting, but a way to make decisions with wisdom. So data is just data. What you do with the data is you create information out of it, and then that information creates wisdom. And that can only be done if the data is presented in the right fashion. And so we wrote those key themes down and thought that's a place that we can seriously make impacts with your very talented staff in the year to come. Think about if we hit the target, if we hit those targets in 2035, what won't we have here? So old technology, right? But does that impact the touch points on customer service? So those two things are seriously important as we think about where we're going in 10 years. And the decisions we make today make that happen. And then finally, let's think about alignment and integration. How do we connect today's 3 focus areas with yesterday's 4 focus areas? And so as we move forward, I'm going to ask staff members who might have had input yesterday to talk about how those things impact your positions, your functional areas, and the projects that you have going forward into these 3 focus areas. So I hope that gives you a picture of what we're going to do today. Okay, I will take a pause. Too excited? Am I too enthusiastic?
Any comments, anyone? If not, we could proceed to public comment. All right. All right, at this point, we'll proceed to public comment. Anyone who wishes to speak, please come up to the lectern, give your name and address, and you'll have up to 2 minutes. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Susan Riley, and I'm here representing the Board of Friends of the Library. Okay. As you are aware, Friends of the Library supplies about roughly $200,000 to the library in order to do evening programming and weekend programming. And what we're particularly concerned about is making sure that people of limited means are able to go to events at the library. In other words, free parking. Okay, the library's free. Parking probably will not be free. So we would like a system that allows people. And let me give you an example of the classes that I'm real concerned about. English is a second language, which is offered in the evenings. The classes preparing people for the high school equivalency exam, which are offered in the evening. And the senior classes that help people like me work with computers and cell phones, which are also offered in the evening. And last but not least, Saturday morning story hour for 2-, 3-, and 4-year-olds. And we would like all 2-, 3-, and 4-year-olds in Boca Raton to be able to go to story hour. Friends of the Library is a national organization, and there are chapters all around the country, and we've been trying to contact other chapters to find out how they deal with free parking for classes like the ones that I just mentioned. And what has come up repeatedly is a system where there's a designated area, parking area, where there are machines that will accept a code on the back of a library card for 1 hour. After that, the person has to pay that's in that parking space. Let's say some people are going to an English as the second language class. Their names would be taken during the class, so there is a way to check and make sure that the people if you get a list of people whose library cards are being used for parking, you can check and make sure the real people are using those spaces. So I'd like to mention this to you because we're real concerned about it. We would like people to be able to go to a free library and get a free class to be able to take a high school equivalency exam. And that's my presentation.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
Good morning. My name is Nancy Jo Feinberg, and I am chair of the library board.
And could we get your address, please, too? Thank you.
Pardon me?
Your address, please.
2624 Northwest 63rd Street in Boca. As Dr. Riley said, a major concern of the library is that there is free parking available for the patrons. The other concern or the other thing that might mitigate some of that is to build a drive-through window. I attended the redevelopment open house at the studio a week ago Monday, which was wonderful and very informative, and we talked to both the developers and the architects, and I saw Mayor Singer there, and we talked a bit about a drive-through window for the downtown library. That would be extremely helpful to the patrons. Drive-through windows, as I wrote in an email to Mayor Singer, are now being put in many, many libraries around the country. And in fact, the Canyon Branch Library that just opened in Boynton Beach has a drive-through window. To give you some statistical background, which was not in that email, there are about 420 holds on library books per week at the downtown library. Sometimes in season, it's a little bit more. But of those, approximately a third of the people will just go and get their books and not spend time in the library. So those drive-in windows would really mitigate some of the parking issues that are really a grave concern to us. It's also tremendously helpful for elderly people, for anybody when it's raining, for people with children. You can drop off books, you can pick up books, you can renew library cards. There will be library business that you can conduct from a drive-through window. So we hope in your wisdom that you will plan for that and plan for drive accessibility next to that building.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Ms. Morrow?
Good morning. My name is Judy Morrow. I live at 1305 Northeast 5th Avenue, Boca Raton, 33432. I live close to Meisner, so I see what goes on at Meisner because we go there a lot. Also, I liked your presentation about data, information, and wisdom. So we have to remember that the land, the 30 acres, belongs to the city. It belongs to the public. And it's Appreciation Month. We appreciate your work. And I know the city has good architects and drawers and people. Why doesn't the city make a plan of what they want on the 30 acres that belongs to the public? Why doesn't the city possibly say, okay, 15 acres has to be recreation, has to be tennis, of course, 3 acres, has to be, look like Central Park in New York, and I'm not from New York, but a lot of people are down here. And and I love flowers, don't get me wrong. I have 11 gardenia grafted bushes in my yard. But these 3 options that Tierra Frisbee has proposed, they give them an out not to build and not to replace our 10 tennis courts, because option 2 only has 2 tennis courts. Option 3 only has 5. Thank goodness for option 1. We love that one. It has 8 tennis courts. But there's no guarantee that we're going to have our tennis downtown like it's been for 62 years. And Inky Fisher started with only 2 courts in 1963. She got so many people interested in tennis that worked at City Hall that would go over and play tennis, that they kept building more and more tennis courts until we have 10. We're happy with the 10, and
Could you please conclude, Ms. Morrow?
yes, and we want to remind the council people and the mayor, we want to remind you that you work for the people, not the developers. So you should mandate and maybe exempt the 3 acres
Thank you,
that
Ms. Morrow.
Boca Raton Tennis Center is on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment? All right, well, thank you for joining. We will continue to think of all of these issues as we consider our high-level strategic priorities for this year and for decades to come. Trina?
So yesterday, we accomplished quite a bit. I have written a bit of a recap. I would like to save that recap for the end of today, and I will add to it the recap for today's work. Does that make sense? And I'll toss it back to you to continue our dialogue from yesterday. I think we left off somewhere. I think, Mr. Mayor, you wanted to start with something, and perhaps Ms. Drucker as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention one thing. It felt we got very in the weeds on the question of size of business. I wanted to mention something for consideration for us for our economic development, or excuse me, our economic vitality. We've talked about it from time to time, the concept of annexation. I think there is an opportunity this year to explore 2 particular annexations, one of St. Andrew's Country Club on Clintmore and one of Lilac. Those have been identified over the years as potential areas. They were not included in the annexation discussion that happened in 2016 with a whole range of neighborhoods. Here's why I'd suggest these 2. St. Andrew's Country Club, I think directionally, and we don't have exact numbers, but it would probably result in about $5 million of annual revenue to the city, net revenue. Lilac, being smaller, would probably be in the order of $1 million, but they're 2 discrete communities. Under an annexation, if it's involuntary, which these would be, that's a weird term, but we would vote to explore annexation with them. The residents in each community would have to then vote. We'd schedule that, but that's a rather simple process because it's basically a community vote among the residents there. There are synergies there because they're similar to the type of home and quality of home and other things in that corridor. They're discrete enough where it shouldn't be that cumbersome for us to undertake that study. And they're also serviced by existing, served well by our existing fire station there, which is actually probably closer than the other 2. So I think it's worth considering. This would be the time to do it. I know it is a modicum more work for staff, and I'm very reluctant to put new things on the table. But given the incremental revenue that could be gained from a modest investment of time and potential vote, I thought there was a good ROI. And continually, we're hearing that the county, and they were close to doing it in 2022 or 2023, might change their laws that would no longer make annexation a feasible undertaking for those residents. They would have a net benefit by coming into the city because our fire fee, being a fixed fee, is lower than the ad valorem fire fee that the county charges. So I think we have an opportunity to sell it. Not only is it cost savings, more importantly, I think the high quality of Boca Raton services that they would get too. So I wanted to see if there was an appetite, at least to have staff explore that and perhaps, get that scheduled for a potential vote later this year where the revenues will then start to flow in 2026. That's it. No other projects, just like 2 one-offs.
Do we want to open that up for
Please.
comment? Are we?
Mr. Rigder, then Ms. Naklis, and then we'll go down.
The topic of annexation is one that I think we talk about and we hear about. Obviously, I know Palm Beach Gardens got voted down there. They had like a 6 sector annexation recently because they weren't able to sell it. Generally speaking, I'm okay looking into it. And I guess my understanding, which is limited with respect to annexation, is that they do have to be contiguous properties to the existing boundaries. In that respect, I would also say if we're going to look into that, then we should look into annexing the golf course that the city owns into the city, which would include Costco. because there is at least my understanding and appreciation and things that I've personally witnessed is that there's a service gap where you have like PD and FD like not answering calls in this little island of Boca Country Club. And of course, the easy thing when I went to visit the golf course and talk to the people, and I know it's since been rectified, but when we go seek a permit on our own golf course, of course, we have to go to the county, which includes to cut the trees or redo the buildings or whatever. So, I see a kind of service mismatch there. And my understanding is anecdotally that there's been some 911, like who's the person who's supposed to answer the call in this little region thing. So, there's some optimization opportunities. If we're going to look into it, I would look into, the full northern sector annexation possibilities, not just those two communities.
Thank you. Ms. Necklace?
Thank you. Yes, I'd be willing to have staff look into that. Has there been any discussion from residents in those two neighborhoods that has prompted this?
Thank you. I have yet to, I was not clear in stating that. I did have a conversation with some of the residents of St. Andrews Country Club. I spoke with the current president of the board, who's been there for 5 weeks. He was open to exploring it further. I've spoken with people at Lilac years ago, and I think Lilac is 24 homes, so those conversations can be very in person. And just to answer Mr. Wigner, I think that point is, I appreciate your point there. I was more intentional about those choices, just knowing that their club structure and the number of homes in Lilac, I think, makes the vote a little easier to consider, and I think the economics were more compelling for those areas than the one you suggested. But this is a discussion, so I'm talking too much. I answered your question.
No, yes, thank you for answering, but yes, I'm open to letting staff look into that.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson, Ms. Drucker, any thoughts?
Yeah, happy to have them look into St. Andrews. That's been on the, I won't say menu, but that's been a point of discussion for many years. Lilac as well. I guess it begs the question, what about Fieldbrook, which is in between? It would be maybe a little bit an island, but that isn't, I think, as necessary, but I think it's worth exploring. The Costco idea is, I think, a little bit more complicated economically because of the cost of providing the services in the area it'd be necessary for us to take. And we have had discussions going back many years with residents of that community about potential annexation, but it's a tougher call, in my view. But if it's, if we're going to be having staff look at potential annexation, no harm in having them look at this and see what the numbers are with some degree of certainty as to what Costco plus Boca Country Club would yield us and what we would be providing in terms of services. I think the stronger candidates would be St. Andrews, Lilac, and perhaps Fieldbrook.
Ms. Drucker?
I agree with Mr. Thompson. I would look at Fieldbrook because I wondered, because Royal Palm Polo is right across the street. Oh, sorry. It's right across the street. That's kind of continuous. It would go kind of continuous. A lot of people always think they're really in Boca. Are we not in Boca? So, and the apartments that are right by that gas station are part of the city of Boca Raton. So that makes a continuous row. There is data out there that I had asked from our former city manager on Costco and the Boca Country Club, and there were some economics there that were interesting because of the way that it's positioned. But if we're going to look at all the areas, we can look at all of them together, and then we can make decisions, of course, reaching out to county and community as well to make sure there's an appetite. Because I agree with Mr. Wigder, every time you hear annexation, there's a lot of pushback from residents and just in general from other entities and areas.
Yeah.
So.
And thank you. And I'll turn to you, Mr. Brown, in a second. I just wanted to, you were probably going to give it, I want to give a history. We explored this back in 2016. It did not go very far. There were, because it's not just Fieldbrook, there's Bonnie Yellow Acres, which is a zoned agricultural community. And those residents being right in the middle, we weren't looking at St. Andrews then, we're looking at Fieldbrook and the neighboring property. There's 3 north-south narrow slivers. It didn't go far because Bonnie Yellow Acres was not on board, and that kind of slowed the other efforts. So I was thinking, don't start there again. And I was looking at the other 2. We could always come back, but I wanted to start with the lower hanging fruit or the higher ROI fruit. That's where I was looking. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, just by way of additional background, we would be able to annex Lilac and St. Andrews without touching Fieldbrook, Bonnie Yellow, because they would still be contiguous to the county. It would not create an enclave. It's important to remember, too, that we can do the analysis of Country Club and Costco. The past analyses showed that it was not financially advantageous to the city to undertake that. It was a significant cost to provide service versus the revenues coming in. It would have to be a separate election. It would not be an election coordinated with the other, because they're two separate and distinct areas being annexed. They'd have to be a separate elections, which we've had in the past. And the annexations that we've done in the past have always been on a financially positive basis, both to the city and to the area being annexed. And that's been, what we've really sought to do before.
So it sounds like there's consensus to study this. So what I would suggest is we study this and we can then get a better idea, then consider whether we can also talk to our potential friends and neighbors in those communities and see where it goes, and then consider whether we schedule an election. And again, that's just one in that community. It's not a citywide election. It's just community by community. Mr. Kaler.
Yes, actually, under Florida law, it's what's called a dual referendum. So it's a vote of both the people in the area that we want to annex and within our own city.
If we choose to have the city voters vote on it.
So
it's not required. It's voluntary. We can decide whether or not to let the city voters say, yes, proceed with an annexation.
Okay.
And then those in the area to be annexed, that has to happen in order for it to occur.
Well, I appreciate the manager for that clarification. Either way, there's a strict statutory process that would follow, and we would, of course, follow that process.
Right. The first step would be the council would have to then say, we want to go out, want to send the vote to the residents in each area.
Yes.
And that's what we've done typically.
We would
in the
need
past.
to, I have to have the city clerk contact the supervisor of elections to find out about when they would need to know if we are seeking to do this in November in order for the annexation to occur on December 31st, which is the normal process.
Okay, very good. All right, well, if we've got consensus to have staff explore, we could do that. And again, I'm only suggesting it because it's a high ROI and a low amount of staff time. So that's where I'm trying to get the bang for the buck. That's all I had.
Mayor, if I may, just ask for clarification on, are we studying all of the different neighborhoods that were mentioned in the conversation? So I have St. Andrews, Lilac, Boca Country Club, which would include Costco, Fieldbrook, and then Bonnie Yellow Acres?
No, Bonnie Yellow I would say leave out because I think they want to keep their horses and other animals. We don't allow ag zoning. That's where it fell apart.
Understood.
That's why I wasn't going for Fieldbrook now. I would start with the first two. I think that's where you'll get the biggest ROI, and we can see how that works.
Okay.
But it's a joint discussion. And I think Mr. Brown reminded me, it wasn't just slightly, it was negative the last time with Boca Country Club. That's why I wouldn't look. So.
There was previous reports that could be forwarded to me so I could take a look. That would be extremely helpful. Likewise, getting some of the input that I've heard anecdotally from FD and PD on service calls, that would be helpful. And also the cost to do work on the golf course. If we're going to spend $30 million on a golf course that's not in the city, it would be helpful to do some real financial analysis there on what we want to do with the future of a golf course that's not in the city. So. Yeah, certainly, I think it's worth looking into.
Okay. Ms. Drucker?
I think the data could be gathered for that area that Mr. Wigger is referring to, I think, to get current data, because everything's changed since, when I asked for that data, we did that in 2021. So things have changed, so maybe we have to look at that. They might even be worse now, I don't know, but I think it's if we're taking the opportunity to do St. Andrews and Lilac, we should definitely look at that because we do have investment there with the golf course, and there is budget going from taxpayer dollars that are going there. So I think people will ask, why not us? Because they often ask that. So I think we should be prepared with that data and be proactive.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, just in terms of the staff time that would be involved in updating the analysis, the model is available. We have run these numbers many times, even in between, just to see where things were. So we'll be able to update the information fairly rapidly and provide a report.
Thank you. All right. That sounds like a plan. Thank you all.
Okay.
Ms.
Are there-
Drucker, I think you wanted to add some things, or you had
I wanted to do it at the end because I think I went back and looked at some of the stuff again from growth management, quality of life, and transit and mobility. And a lot of the suggestions that I have might be answered today, or might just be things that are going to be embedded in some of the discussion that we'll have today, and that we started yesterday. So I would prefer to hear that so that I don't just speak out of turn. I want to see what the vision is of staff first and what we're going to be able to do and not do before I put in the ideas that I'm going to bring to the table. I think that that's going to be beneficial for time and for just being high-level vision.
Sure. Okay. Next slide, please. So I've already talked about this. We talked about it yesterday. I just want to remind everybody, and for the benefit of the community who may be checking in for the first time, I want to remind everyone that the key expectations for our discussion today are big picture thinking. We should focus on outcomes. What are we looking to achieve? What's the target? Where are we going to be in 10 years? Community-centered priorities. So again, discussions that reflect community needs, long-term sustainability, collaboration and consensus building, a respectful debate on different ideas and perhaps differences in perspective. I know from our conversations with each of you council members separately that I know your perspectives, but I don't think your colleagues know your perspectives. And certainly not in the depth necessary to make some of these 20-year decisions. So I'd like to encourage respectful debate and solution-oriented discussions among all of you. So with that, we will continue our strategy focus, and again, for the benefit of the community, an outcome-oriented strategy focuses on results, not just actions. It helps to identify what you would like to see in 10 years, 20 years, or 25 years. So your intentions become actionable. So we're able to port forward to 2050, and all of us are standing at the corner of Palmetto Park Road and US 1 in 2050, and we're looking around and we're going, we nailed it. We got this. Those decisions we made 25 years ago, this is what we intended. This is what we actually visualized in 2025. So that's what your outcome-oriented strategy will do for you. It actually saves money in the long run. It's cheaper to have this kind of a strategy where it's outcome-oriented, where we look into the future and we create those targets so that the talented and dedicated, hardworking staff that you have can shoot for those things. So I thought of a new question to just throw out as we consider where we're going. So here's the new question. So imagine it's 2040 and there's a newspaper headline, because we're not actually going to read the entire article. It's just a headline, right? That's what we do. So this headline that you see, it's all over social media, it's all over whatever the latest and greatest tech is that you're seeing on that we can't get rid of. That's what Mr. Wigner did yesterday, right? We're seeing it on our phones and we can't not do without it. So the newspaper highlights how the leadership of today helped the staff achieve these big outcomes. What's it gonna say? What's the headline? Think about that as we move forward. So that's my new question of the day to help us move forward. These are the city's 7 strategic focus areas, not because we came up with them, but because this is what we developed with you last year. Yesterday, we went through community safety, we talked about world-class services, we talked about financially sound and vibrant economy. Today, we will talk about growth management, we will talk about transportation and mobility and quality of life. So to get us started, I will turn it over to Mr. Shad, and if we could pull up.
Anybody know where the clicker is? Thanks, Zach.
If we could pull up the growth management. We have a lot going on here on this growth management SFA, so think about what we're targeting, what you want it to look like, where we're going with it.
I got one. Zach had one. Thanks. All right, so we're talking about growth management and quality of life, so we'll go to growth management first. So first of all, this is the team that helped with both of these focus areas. Excellent team. I think we talked about a lot of great ideas, and here we go. So on growth management, our goals and objectives, as you can see, to provide enhanced quality of life for our residents while fostering economic growth opportunities for commercial industrial redevelopment, and efforts including promoting mixed-use development, improving walkability with infrastructure upgrades and street trees, and expanding affordable and workforce housing. So we have 5 accomplishments up here. We struggled a little bit to decide which of the many accomplishments we should include on the slide, but I think these are highly related to what we're trying to accomplish strategically. Obviously, the government campus master plan, the progress we've made so far. An ordinance reducing parking requirements for medical uses. I think that relates to economic development. And additionally, sustainability. We adopted an ordinance, as you know, streamlining the CAB, the Community Appearance Board's role in the development review process. I think it's been very successful, as the mayor mentioned this morning. We worked with the development community to finalize the restrictive covenant for the affordable housing developments. Seems like a wonky kind of thing, but it's actually very important, and it was a lot of work to get that done. And our comp plan and code amendments for the transit-oriented development at the Tri-Rail station. Our challenges, as you can see, are anticipating future needs while redeveloping built spaces. I emphasize to my staff all the time that when someone builds a large building, a major development, it's going to be there for a really long time. So people are going to be living with our decisions and, decades hence. So that's why we put so much time and thought into those things. So we're trying to figure out what's going to be needed in the future, and we do our best. And current development patterns constrain the advancement of multimodal mobility. Obviously, our city, like almost all of South Florida, was built in the age of the automobile. Retrofitting is a challenge. We're not the only ones handling that challenge, but it is nevertheless a challenge that we face every day. So a couple of questions for thought. Again, emphasizing the future-oriented, the perspective of 2035 and further on to 2050. So what makes part of the city appropriate for growth and change? And what makes part of the city appropriate to preserve and enhance and not look for wholesale change? And additionally, when we talk about policy, I always say it's about making trade-offs. The easy choices we've already made. The ones we're talking about, are always going to be a trade-off. You're always giving up something to get something. So I think it's a pertinent question for where we are in our policy-making setting here. Are we willing to trade some of the convenience for driving and abundant parking for the benefits of walkability and multimodal mobility? Interesting questions that I think we should engage on.
Thoughts?
Council members? Ms. Drucker?
Thank you, Mr. Shad. So what makes a portion of the city appropriate if we go down the list? I mean, obviously the bright line's there. We know that we're trying to add a second platform. We know that there have been changes already to the inside of the other bright line station. And, just yesterday or the day before, they announced further stops, or they're going to be announcing further stops in the city of Boca, which sometimes they pass over. And there's also a new pass, kind of like the commuter pass, but a robust commuter pass that's a lot less expensive for the consumer. So I think the station will continue to improve, and I think it's very exciting to have that there. And it's important because of the proximity to, obviously, Government Center and to Meisner and to the redevelopment of Palmetto Park Road. So that part, that's why that downtown area is such an incredible area to redevelop, because there's so much potential there to connect it. Are we willing to trade off some convenience of driving in abundant? Yes, yes, and yes. In order for us to get, and I say that when I said I was going to be bold and a disruptor, in order for us to get to what we want to see, a vibrant downtown, we will have to do this. We will have to reduce parking. We will have to have less people in cars. Doesn't mean that we're going to be car-less, but we will have areas where you'll have to force that upon the footprint. It's just part of the change. And whether that's by removing parking spots, by lane closures, by reduction of speed limits, those are the things that have to happen. And I've said on the dais many, many times before, when we have people come in, and especially our residents, asking for some of these things, we will have to go through some of that painful experience. It happens. And then the mindset changes, and then you start doing that, right? And I always use the analogy of like riding Tri-Rail or riding Brightline. 2 or 3 years ago, we didn't have either. I never got on the train. Well, now we all get on the train. I never rode the bike. A couple years ago, decided I'm going to start riding my bike again. Now I ride bike. It's a mindset. It's how do you get from A to Z in terms of the options that you have. So for me, my vision is very, very bold. We will have to make very hard decisions and changes in order to get that vibrancy that we want in the downtown. And if you look throughout the state, whether it's Tampa, whether it's Orlando, whether it's Fort Lauderdale, Miami, West Palm Beach, we want to be Boca, but in order to have even just a little bit of what that looks like, which are vibrant downtowns, which we keep talking about, we're going to have to all agree on this kind of ideology. It's going to be really, really important. And I agree with Mr. Beer in keeping our charm of what Boca Raton is Boca Raton, but we also have to make changes that are going to be very different in order to accomplish that.
That's a great place to start.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Strucker. I agree with a lot of that. And in thinking about all of this yesterday and all the comments that were said yesterday and hearing from staff, we're going into this, Mr. Thompson said it yesterday, and we all kind of said it, we can always be better. And good, better Boca should not just be a slogan of Boca, it should be something we actually do and live and keep striving for. So I'm going to go through these questions too. And I'm kind of looking at more the whole city than just the downtown. So what portion of the city is appropriate for growth and change? The infrastructure has to be there or can be there, close to major corridors, transit, and of course, places for people to work. And there's opportunities for mixed use development that supports the live, work, play, learn environment that we're always touting, and that it's aligned with our city goals, like the range of housing options, economic development, of course, sustainability. We also want to make sure that we do not negatively impact the existing neighborhoods. So, and then are we willing to trade some of the convenience of driving and abundant parking? I agree with Ms. Strucker. There's changing behavior is not easy, but it's often worth it. And so I think it is appropriate to talk about having a balanced approach and trying not to eliminate convenience, but trying to add options. So easier ways for people to get around on different multimodal options, different transit options. And people would like to walk if it's convenient and if it's safe. So I think we need to definitely include that. And it's hard to fix traffic, but if we can reduce some of the dependency on our cars in some instances, not all instances, because I, for one, I know I'm not giving up my car yet. But I think that that's a way that we're going to ease future congestion challenges. So that's all I have to say with that.
May I just ask a
Sure.
question before? So you started with, I agree with a lot of what Ms. Drucker said.
Yes.
What don't you agree with?
I agree with most of what she said. She's a little more, like, I am definitely not ready to give up my car. She's gotten me into, as I've been on council, my behavior, I also said changing behavior is not easy. Before I went on council, obviously I'd never taken the Bright Line, and I had taken Tri-Rail, but it was not a behavior that I did just automatically. Now, automatically, when I'm going somewhere that Tri-Rail will get me to, 2.5 years into being on council, I'm on the Tri-Rail. So she's a little further than I am with some of the transportation things, but I am buying into it.
So I think what I hear you saying is that as using yourself as an example, as you've started to do something different than you did before, you've shifted and now using Tri-Rail as the example, that's your go-to versus, well, let me drive, and then you think, well, your go-to now is, let's see if we can take the train.
Right.
Did I get that right?
Yes. And the second question, though, are we willing to trade some of the convenience? Some people won't. Some people are very set in their ways, and we have to understand that their behavior is not going to change or is not going to be easily changed. And people are afraid of loss. So I also started out with rather than loss, we have to give other options. And, if you just take away, that's not going to work. You have to give other options.
Okay, and that's you use the term balanced approach, and that's what you meant by that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Richter?
Yeah, this morning when the mayor spoke at the at the chamber breakfast, one of the things that sticks out to me that relate to this is that obviously we all know that we're a city of 100,000 residents, but during many days we have 250,000 people that work here. Obviously, some basic math is that a lot of people coming to work here don't live here. That means that some of the problems that we talk about in terms of growth management and traffic management and how they're related are regional problems. And I think Ms. Drucker or Mr. Thompson touched on it yesterday on, those regional partners, obviously the TPA and iPark now, or it was maybe Zach talked about, iPark, and now we, the county approved this master plan, this master comprehensive plan, and the city's going to be participating in that. So, then going back to the partnerships, if you think on the macro level, our partnership with our region is going to be critical in managing our growth and change, because it's not something that we're going to be able to solve within. We will never be a city of 250,000 people where all the people can just live and work here, right? We're going to be a city that participates regionally, so that's important. And then pursuant to the conversation that we just had, apropos about annexation, right? The city is the size that it is right now due to numerous previous annexations, and of course that has some disparate zoning, right? We have the downtown zoning, and I'll just, for the sake of simplicity, call it old. We have the annexed zoning at Midtown, which is like some sort of promulgated zoning, right? We took the county zoning and turned it to and converted it to ours. And then what we have been doing in LURP and BRIC, and with the planned mobility zone, and the CIMD, where we've had this opportunity to really shape this northern sector, and I kind of see this as a location. I wish we had a picture of the map of the city here. It would be great to look at, because I look at it every day, and the idea is, the space where we can have some of that growth, to Ms. Nocklis's point of some mixed use, is in that northern sector, right? And so there, reestablishing the CIMD took place of the PM, but perhaps reestablishing the PM and really trying to turn that, to Ms. Drucker's point, turn our planned mobility zone into more places, and I know, Brandon, you touched on it, would allow those opportunities and allow ownership opportunities, right? Because a lot of private sector people have approached us saying, well, this is great, the CMD is great, but some people want to own houses or condominiums too, and right now with the structure that we have, it's quite difficult. So giving people the opportunity to have some for ownership product in the northern sector where there's space is, I think, one way we can look at it, or if doing those expanded planned mobility zones or expanded transit-oriented districts. I don't know if you recall this, Mr. Shad, but we were in, was it like the Affordable Housing Committee meeting of like 6 months ago or something like that, and you were the one who kind of opened my eyes and you said, well, a transit-oriented district doesn't need to be a train. It could be POMTran. And so why not? So why couldn't Federal Highway be a transit-oriented district? And why couldn't Congress Avenue be a transit-oriented district? It won't be a train, but it will be a system of mass transit that can develop around that. So I think getting creative and bold about where we have room for growth and how we connect regionally is going to be critical to the future of our planning in 2035 and 2050. As for downtown, yeah, I agree with Ms. Drucker. The downtown, I guess downtown by definition, we've said this, downtown, the word downtown means it's supposed to be a more dense, vibrant, activated, mixed-use district. I've talked about this. When we want to get bold about this, we can't have a suburban parking ordinance downtown that has parking minimums. We should have parking maximums, right? We should say, hey, listen, if you're moving downtown because you are getting rid of your car. You are embracing this opportunity. Someday, I'd like to embrace that opportunity too. But I'm not quite there yet, and I'm using my family. But the point is, once we do that, with this new development that we're looking at, it should not be that there's a minimum of 1.75 parking spaces per unit, right? Because that's inviting traffic. It should be 1 parking space per unit, right? So we're eliminating that traffic, and then likewise giving appropriate credit for internal recapture, right? In a downtown, people are supposed to walk. Even SB 1730, if you started reading into that, even SB 1730, although I don't agree 100% with everything it goes into, it does start the idea of giving credit for mixed uses that are not on the site plan, right? Every site, right? We're a city that's built out, right? Everything Boca is Boca 2.0. So giving credit to adjacent uses, to that existing use, is going to appreciate that not every site needs to be parked just by itself. Some people want to walk, even on Congress Avenue. They want to walk next door and just get a cup of coffee, or on Brick or something like that. And so starting to get that mindset that we don't need to plan parking for suburban growth, because we are, that's the Jeff Speck's point, right? We are planning to create more cars. We can also plan to limit the number of cars by being a little innovative on that too. So, there's some opportunities there and some trade-offs, as you said. I think in the right districts, you have to get a little bit more intense on the restriction, and in the right districts, giving some more creative and regional approaches. I think we're going to have a balance of both in a city this big.
So here's what I got out of that. Limit cars in the downtown area where it's more dense and should be more dense, and in areas away from the downtown, such as LURP and Brick, create different options, but they could still drive.
Exactly.
Got it.
What makes a portion of the city appropriate for growth and change? I think that is a function of a lot of things, but it includes market conditions and changing market forces. I think APOC, the Park of Broken Sound, is a good example of that, where you had light industrial, and we realized many years ago that this was more suitable for more of a live, work, play environment, which is what we have now. And so that is probably the most significant large-scale change that has taken place in our city in the last 15 or so years. And I think that's been a positive one, because it's made it its own self-sufficient part of the town, as opposed to just strictly some place where people come and work. What makes it appropriate to preserve and enhance, I think that's too a function of history and the health of that area. I'm less keen on seeing a portion of our, some of our single-family neighborhoods and saying we need to grow this and change this. I think those are very healthy components of our city that are less in need of growth and change, and more in need of preservation and enhancement. On the third question, I guess, the trade-offs, yes, in my view, to a point. We have the city is pretty large geographically, just east-west. I think the widest point is about 5 miles, something in that range. And so that's very difficult to access all parts of the city without a car, and that's just the reality. Not only is my family not giving up our cars, my wife just got a Jeep. She's not giving up that car. I think she'd be more likely to give up her spouse than she would be to give up that Jeep. And I remember this conversation came up a few years ago when we were talking about the Wildflower Park. There were some, including some of the neighbors, who adamantly wanted no parking there. And I took a lot of heat for saying, I hear you, and I recognize we need to have a wonderful park there, but this is something that is going to be paid for by our entire city, including the people who live 5 miles west and can't get there and access it realistically if there's no parking there. And I took a lot of heat from a lot of very angry neighbors about that issue. But we ended up having some parking there. Perhaps it was too much, but we had some, which made it accessible to everybody, accessible to young families out west who would never otherwise be able to go there if there wasn't some access to parking. So I tell you that as a way of kind of illuminating my view on that third question. Yes, can we make things more walkable and strive for the benefits of multimodal mobility? Yes. Is it to the point where we can eliminate parking or reduce it to the point where there's functionally none? I'm not sure we're at that point yet. I'm not sure I'm at that point yet. But that said, there are absolutely ways where we can strive to make things more walkable and more easy on the pedestrian, bicyclist, wheelchair experience than what we have now, and we should do that, but not necessarily to the point of eliminating parking, even in a downtown, which admittedly is more dense. But our downtown area is not just for the folks who live there. We all know that. It's also an attraction for people who are coming there for business reasons or for retail reasons, and we want to make sure that everybody in the city has access to that, at least to a point, at least with some amount of parking there. That's how I see it.
So to summarize, I think what I hear you saying is that the changes made in the APOC area were successful. Perhaps that's a model that could be used elsewhere. Did I get that right? So that's something to think about. And then the other thing I think I understood was parking should be limited to downtown, in the downtown area where it's perhaps more dense, but a priority is to continue to make it accessible for people who can't get there by walking from wherever they're coming from. Did I get that right?
More or less. I'm willing to accept some reduction in parking downtown, given that it's intended to be a dense area, but it still needs to have some parking because it needs to be accessible for everybody.
Okay. Comments?
Well, let me jump in. I haven't spoken yet. I think there's more consensus. These are continuum questions, and I appreciate Ms. Naklis acknowledging that Ms. Drucker is probably on the bolder side of some of these ideas. I would agree that she's on the bolder idea of where I am on these policy ideas, but I think we can find some harmony, and let me try to harmonize. The first two questions, I would reframe them a little, because preserve and change it's a false dichotomy. Change is inevitable in every part of a city, and I'm thinking back to the fact we're 100 years old. The homes that are still existing from 1926 have changed. The homes may look the same, but there are changes within them and around them. For example, there's sewers where there weren't before. There's different roadways where there weren't before. There's a whole range of things. There's air conditioning where there wasn't before. They've upgraded the homes themselves. So I think comes down to a SWOT analysis when you look at what portions to address: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. And I think we've done a better job of identifying opportunities. Where we are now, we realized, I think planning generally realized, that suburban sprawl did not work. And even today, I live in a planned unit development, a PUD, where we're all in a gated community, we're all inside the gate, and I've got no commercial uses outside. Frankly, wish I had a commercial use inside, so I wouldn't have to get on the car, or, because I'm more than a mile from my house where it's situated to the main gate. So even if I want to bike there or walk there, that's hard. Then I still got to go the other mile to Publix, for example. So, those are planning things we've learned. We done well here by putting a mix of uses in this LIRP. Downtown is reflective of that. And so I think we see individual opportunities. So I'd say look at those things. What grows and change? The market trends predict where change is. And you see where can we attract jobs, reduce vehicle miles, create vibrancy. Our desire to go forward on Jeffrey Street is recognizing a change in the market, that Clint Moore is going to become more of a thoroughfare, and it's also responding to the weakness, which was North Federal Highways lagging, that we had to have a special task force 2007, 2008. I say as we're looking at other areas, it's also what do you do for the trends? Like, if Jeffrey Street opens, you've got single-family neighborhoods, which thankfully we don't have any really weak neighborhoods in our city, but some people use derisive terms for the area along Dixie, between Dixie and Federal there. I won't. But I think you have opportunity to encourage eventual reinvestment there from homes built in the 1950s, and it may look to be more strategic about where we put different mixes of uses. Residents tried this in 2017-18 when they wanted to do this along the Dixie corridor, and they formed their own nonprofit and they did their own charrettes, and the residents then said, "No, we're pretty good with what it is." But that was an opportunity for us to look at it. So it's a continuum, but I think we've done a good job of identifying which areas make more sense. I agree with Mr. Thompson. I think all my colleagues, as I saw Ms. Drucker nodding no. We've got a lot of single-family neighborhoods that date back from the 1920s to the 1960s, mostly east of 95. I think those are less ripe for change. I think people have been there and they've functioned, and they're close enough to other uses, so you don't need a supermarket on Southwest 14th Street when you have one on Palmetto Park Road. And I think so those aren't ripe for change. Don't think we need to look at there, but it's not one size fits all. It's strategic opportunities. Second question. Yeah, and I admit I'm probably less willing to trade, but it's not really so much a trade. I think Ms. Nacklis's focus is there is some trade-off. I think the points about areas where people are intentional about having less parking within them make sense. I know what the trend is. I think we all know what the trend is in terms of downtown parking. So I'd be amenable to, if we're looking at our downtown and our city campus, reducing slightly the parking. There's still going to be some parking need for the residents. There's still going to be abundant need for people who want to come there. This is a destination for all. I think it's important to distinguish within that site and maybe some of the ancillary streets than it is Palmetto Park Road. I continue to have grave concerns with the idea of being advanced by some residents and developers to take out lanes on the only range line to A1A road in our city of Palmetto Park Road. I think we're solving for the wrong thing. If we want to create more walkability on that 5-block stretch, first look at the entire stretch, and then you can do what we've talked about yesterday, shrinking the lane size, lowering the speed limit, better enforcement, expanding the median, but you don't have to take away the laneage because we understand that that creates a public safety concern on a daily basis and then for times of storm. And we also recognize that we're plopped down in the middle of South Florida with still an older and more affluent population who will be less eager to give up their cars. So I think it makes sense. You still look at not taking lanes out of Palmetto Park Road on that stretch, maybe shrinking it, but still recognize it's got to serve a broader purpose. North of Palmetto, if we're reimagining our campus, yeah, maybe we shrink those lanes. Maybe you discourage that area. Maybe you slow the traffic there. So you've got connections from city destination to city destination, but microcosms can stand on their own. Eventually, I think if we're very successful at Park of Commerce and more residences come up, there'll be other circulators and other modes of transportation that come up. And it's finally recognizing ongoing trends. People will be probably driving less. We will, in 20 to 35 years, have more driverless cars There is the concept that people will not own cars, that they will be part of these rideshare lease services, but things move slowly. Back to the Future 2 came out in 1989. It was set in 2015. It had a vision full of flying cars. We haven't seen one yet. We're not likely to. So it's knowing things take some time, but I think if you're strategic and intentional about particular areas and setting the stage, you can accomplish these goals, recognizing that no matter what, we're still in the high 90s% of trips that are by car, that even if we had very aggressive and costly efforts, you're still over that 90% range. It's understanding that we can't control, we still have businesses who are going to come in, so be strategic and targeted about areas, but still understand we're not evaporating a car-controlled society yet.
So I have a question. You first. Here's a question. What if the trends show, we mentioned Gen Alpha yesterday, which, by the way, Gen Alpha is the group of people born entirely in this century. So they are the group of people who were born after 2000. After, yeah. Yeah, 2000. So if they were born in 2001 or forward, they are part of Gen A or Gen Alpha. That's what they're called. And yes, Beta will be next, and I joke to my colleagues that they're just a test generation. So what if the trend, this is my point, what if the trends show, what if there's some market analysis that show that Gen Alpha doesn't want to drive at all?
One, I think that hypothetical is a very hypothetical, but I would say that we will still have whole preceding generations that will be driving and will, because of convenience, habit, wealth, ability, still want to retain their cars, and we have to, you're never going to turn off the spigot and turn on a dime unless cars cease to function as an invention and we're on to jetpacks, another thing the movies promised and haven't delivered on. So it's again, it's about intention, and as we're creating a new area, you winnow down, but I'm not going to be a turn off the spigot guy, and I don't think any of us are.
And I'm certainly not suggesting that by any stretch, but I am trying to think about, you've asked for data, you said trend data, so what if there's something that shows that, you know, the next generation, they don't want to own anything, they want really small condos and homes, and they don't really want a car. And so what options, using Ms. Knockless' words, of a balanced approach, what other options are we thinking and considering? And are you, as a council, willing to address those?
So I'll just make a quick comment on the Gen Alpha. And even though, and I know kids 10 years ago who have told their parents, I'm not getting a driver's license, I'm never going to have to drive. That was 10 years ago, and now, you know, they're finishing college. And so even though I think that that is true, there's a whole generation of kids that, and now young adults, that never intended to be driving. I mean, we're just not at that point yet, like the mayor said. But even when we get to that point, there's still going to be some type of transportation on the roads. There's going to be autonomous vehicles, there's going to be the shuttles, we have to provide a way to get around and get around safely. And then your next point was, as far as options, one thing I can point out in the government campus redevelopment, you know, proposed plan that we've all seen photos of, there's an area on the northern side that has some garden apartments, and there's a lot of surface parking there. But they've talked about there may come a day that we don't need that surface parking. And so they're leaving it like that to maybe one day be able to provide something else that we do need. So, so I think, you know, staff has thought ahead with that. The proposers have thought ahead with that. So it's just taking that what if, what's next, and, you know, it is a crystal ball again, but at least we can see somewhat into the future.
All right, so here we go. So I said I was going to be a disruptor. So I didn't get to opine on this area, or like we are calling like the Midtown, because I just saw the Brightline station and I automatically thought of the downtown. Obviously, there are pockets. I live in a community that's gated, like the mayor, and I have to get in my car, but I get in my car and I drive to the Tri-Rail and I take the Tri-Rail other places. It's a mindset. Maybe I'm a little bit more visionary than people on the council right now in terms of what I know. What I do know is that a lot of kids are not getting their driver's license. They don't want to be the driver's license. They don't want to study in Florida. They want to go to big cities. They want to be able to get around. I have two of those kids that one still lives with me and one is in the University of Maryland. And I don't think she'll ever come back to Boca Raton for numerous reasons, but one being that she just loves it there and she gets around. And by the way, the cold did not bother her one bit. And they had one of the harshest winters there. What I will say is, in this area, and that was one of the things that I said will come up eventually based on what I wanted to say yesterday, was as we get ready, and I agree with Mr. Thompson on APOC, what that looked like, this area is never going to be completely car-centric just because of the way the sprawl has already been created. But we as a city, and this will be for future councils, obviously, we should be proactive on how we're looking at this area. We spend a lot of time now fixing the problems of the downtown, and I think a study in this area, and Mr. Unjan's not in the audience today, but I think he mentioned this a few meetings ago, where we're not really looking how to connect this entire area that is growing very rapidly with the TOD that's being added to Tri-Rail, with the buildings that are coming up, with the changes to the PMD, to the CIMD, to BRIC, which has incredible plans coming. I think that's one of the takeaways, that we should start looking at this area, how we're going to connect it and how we're going to keep it safe, because that way we'll play on the offense. So the mayor's point says that, we kind of don't move fast enough. We move slowly. There's no difference of Boca Raton, except that we keep saying Boca Raton, the weather, etc. People can't walk. Listen, I was just in Miami-Dade County, and people are walking there, and it's as hot as here. The weather in Miami is the same as in Palm Beach, and they've created incredible walkability areas there, just the same as in Orlando, Jacksonville, Tampa, Naples, Coconut Grove that I keep going back to. Those are all areas that are in Florida that are hot, and people are creating pockets that are walkable. I do agree with the council members in terms of that there's certain areas that are going to be more walkable than not. But I can tell you, and I can sit here and I will say it, and I have about 17 months left on this dais, that if we do not reduce parking in the downtown and we do not make really hard changes, you will never get the vibrancy that you've been wanting in the downtown. I agree there has to be parking spots like any downtown. I went to West Palm on Tuesday, we all did. Some of you parked in different areas. I strategically parked far because I like to kind of walk and see what other things are coming about. If we're not ready to make those changes, we're never gonna get what we see in the walkability. We could have Jeff Speck, we could have Alta Planning, we could have Jill Penalusa, we could have anybody and everybody, but if we don't make those decisions, we are never going to want the downtown that we want. It will continue to be the same downtown that's there today. So again, I'm not saying we need to reduce cars completely. Obviously, we still need cars to get around the city, get around the state, just the way that we are. But in the downtown, we as a council have to have a real good chat with ourselves and with each other as to how we're going to make big, significant changes to create that economic driver that you've been looking for. And if you continue to be like, yes, maybe we do this and maybe we do that, you're not going to get there. I can promise you're not going to get there, because if you are speaking to the leaders that are in this pocket, whether it's innovation, technology, economic driver, transportation, housing, that has to happen. I have had those conversations. I take a lot of time out of my everyday life to sit with these stakeholders and see, how have you changed your city? Why is Tampa the way it is? Tampa is extremely vibrant. Their downtown is connected. I stayed there for a week. I didn't need a car. I didn't even have a rental car. I walked everywhere. I was able to get to all the restaurants, but they've made incredible changes to their footprint. There are 300,000 lives there, different than here. But then you go back to Coconut Grove, where they have a lot less lives there in terms of residents, and they've been able to do that. So we can't sit here and say we want this vibrant downtown if we are not going to make the vibrant changes and the bold changes to that area of the downtown. I mean, I'm going to stick to that, and you're going to hear me saying this every single meeting from here until the last day that I'm on the dais.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Drucker. Well said. I think one of the things that I get from the Jeff Speck kind of camp is, that sticks with me, is if you plan for cars, you're going to get cars. If you plan for walkability, you're going to get walkability. And how we embrace that is the challenge, right? To Mr. Thompson's point, it's a big city, right? 30 square miles. I think one of the great strengths of Boca is, and the mayor said it, of course, many times, is that we do have something for everybody in the small city. And so that means we do have this kind of opportunity, and still working on it, this dense downtown core that's supposed to be walkable. And we do have traditional suburban single family. Like I said, we have our Vida and, PUDs. We have those opportunities. So when we're looking to attract the businesses that want to come here and the corporations, obviously one of the things that, quote, Boca is selling is, the package, right? You're not just coming here for your office. You're coming here for everything, the quality of life that Boca has to offer. And that quality of life includes choices of housing, choices of apartments, choices of walkability, and choices of traditional suburban living. And so, to Mr. Thompson's point, I don't think we're not just going to escape that. And I think with the comprehensive plan and what we are slowly moving towards is just, moving things along in certain districts where we can at the place where they're at. And, there's one map in our comprehensive plan, then has a series of maps at the very end. And one of those maps has planning districts, right, as we've annexed into the city. And so the city is divided into 5 planning districts. And of course, kind of like the downtown is its own district, and the north and the northwest, which is all kind of PUDs, is its own district, right? And we're slowly and eventually creating these 15-minute cities and these hubs in these districts that embrace, let's call it, the strengths or the character of those little nodes. And I think we should continue on that path, right? The Office Depot redevelopment that many of us live next to is one of those things, right? It's a more dense mixed-use development now that's going to give a lot of the Western people an opportunity to do a lot of those daily things without driving major miles. And to the mayor's point, it still is a mile just to get out of the gate. But the point is, there's an opportunity saying, hey, a lot of those surrounding communities don't need to drive all the way to Meisner Park to go have a restaurant meal, and now you can just go to Military Trail. So, embracing the strength of each district, I think, is one of the things that we just need to appreciate, that is what it is in a 30 square mile city that has different ages. And really highlighting those things. And to your point, I think Ms. Strucker made earlier, is like we've been spending so much time downtown, whereas maybe there should be a little talking about each district, each node, saying, hey, this is the plan for this node, this is the plan for this node, and start working on that as well, rather than just, right, we're doing a lot of shotgun approach or piecemeal approach. Eventually just start looking at saying, hey, for the West, this is the future for the West. And then how they connect together, that's the story, right? Can we get, Waymo or Guidant or whatnot to do connections in addition to Circuit? Can we get the gondola? Can we use the El Rio Trail as if these Guidant things are so small, can we use the El Rio Trail as literally an intra-transport for driverless vehicles to connect people, into the city, because the true connection between the Bright Line and the Tri-Rail would be through the El Rio, would be the fastest thing, and especially if we can get those underpasses. So there's a lot of opportunity there, and I think we just need to appreciate the different strengths of each sector and keep moving on that. But one last point, if we want to get bold, the question is, if we want to get bold, you have a downtown that's surrounded, right? The CRA is surrounded by traditional suburban development. And to the mayor's point, I don't see eliminating, we can do traffic calming exercises on Palmetto, but it will always be a thoroughfare and an emergency response corridor. If we're going to get bold, eventually the idea is, just like Dixie Highway, crossing over into, crossing over into Deerfield, eventually we're going to have to think more, overpasses or something, bypasses. The original downtown plan of the CRA has Meisner Boulevard, and I've said this many times, has Meisner Boulevard as a bypass. Perhaps the bypass should have been east-west, like Delray Beach has. But eventually, if we're going to really get bold, it's to think of some visionary east-west bypass to allow the suburban people to continue what they're doing and get around this dense urban core without, stifling traffic in there. So, a lot to think about in this, but a lot of opportunities too.
Further comments?
I'll ask a question because maybe it's not here. I am hearing support for the council among all of us to consider, and maybe at different stages, reductions in parking for what we're looking for our downtown campus. So maybe the question for staff, and it needn't be now, as we move forward, as you look at the planning and overlay, what recommendations do you have for that, and how will that factor in? And then how does that affect the other plans?
So I also have some further questions for staff, and I don't, I want to just caution us to understand that Mr. Beer has a whole presentation on transportation and mobility.
Right.
So
I
that's
didn't
gonna
expect, I wanted to put the question out there. I didn't expect an off-the-cuff answer.
No. I understand. But as I also ask some questions, I want to be mindful that Mr. Beer has a whole presentation. I don't want to jump the gun. So, Mr. Brown.
Actually, I had a completely different comment, but to respond to how will we look at reduction in parking in the downtown campus, we'll receive what we receive from them and work through the process with the developer to say, okay, we want to reduce. I don't know what the percentage is. I don't know if it's a percentage of maybe number of spaces depending upon the type of use, et cetera. We would do an analysis, look at what ITE offers today, what the ULI offers today in terms of those kinds of appropriate uses for dense urban core kind of parking, and make sure that, I think really it's more of a balancing, if you will, the access to the facilities from the outside and where the parking located for those who are coming from somewhere. And then how much do we really need based upon the mix of uses? Will people, how much shared parking will there really be? How much shared use will there really be? And those are things that we have to work through with the developer, because we receive the next version of the master plan this week and then move forward with looking at it from that point.
If I can?
Yeah, George.
There are things that we put on the table to the developers, that would internalize a lot of these trips, including, live, work, office, a connection between the housing that's going to become available for workforce and tying that to occupancy on the site. I think really what we need to be concerned about downtown is the volume of traffic that we will still need to accommodate, that is essentially the visitor, to the downtown, because you don't ever want to preclude that. But with varying levels of reduction, we can take into account those strategic decisions that we can kind of, I don't want to say force, because we're totally cooperating here with the developer. They appear to be interested in doing these things that in the end will make the project better and hopefully internalize as many of these sort of traditional vehicular trips that we have opportunity to reduce now.
And that's specifically for the downtown. You're
well,
talking.
I think it applies specifically to the government center, but more broadly to the entire downtown and other parts of the city. I mean, it's just, I think this is kind of the way we need to look at it.
Okay.
Yeah. Ms. Morrow, please.
So Just a broad-based question for staff. So we've heard the term balanced approach several times. Do you understand what is meant by that?
I think we do, yes. I'm just going to speak for the rest of staff, but yes, we know that we want to encourage mobility, walking, other forms of transportation, transit in particular. How do we work development patterns that will encourage that to occur? And at the same time, we have to remember that we're not saying we're not going to have any more cars, because people still have to get to town, get into town, get around town, depending upon where they're coming from. We have, throughout the city, some residential neighborhoods are really fortunate at being right next to the downtown, for example. People can walk from their single-family residence that's not in the downtown into downtown in less than 10 minutes and get where they want to go. It may be, to get fully into downtown, maybe it's half an hour walk. Isn't 15 minutes supposed to be the maximum that people will tolerate? I don't agree with that myself, but that apparently is the standard. There are other neighborhoods where there's opportunities for that. We don't have things there right now. There really isn't neighborhoods serving retail adjacent to the neighborhoods. We have an opportunity to create that, and that's something that I wanted to talk about, but we'll finish this dialogue first. There are other areas, such as where the mayor and Ms. Drucker live, that really to get to anything, you got to get in a car or an Uber or some other form of mobility to get out of the neighborhood to wherever you want to go. We're not going to take away cars from those folks. I think as we look at redevelopment areas, we'll be trying to balance these needs on each property, and it'll be different every time. There's not going to be a pattern book for this. There's going to be, each time it will have to be reviewed, I think. Does that provide an answer, Trina?
Yes?
Okay.
I'm just asking questions.
Right.
I am not
Understood.
making any suggestions for anything.
Right.
Another question I have is to go back to what something Mr. Wigder said, which is 150,000 people come here to work. Do we have things, multimodal considerations for them? Have we thought about that as a consideration?
We have several for certain areas right now.
Okay.
The people who bright line to the Amato station can get on a shuttle to get to their workplaces in this part of town. They also, if they happen to live here and work elsewhere, can do the reverse and get on Tri-Rail to go somewhere. For Brightline in the downtown, we have the option of the Boca Connect for people to get from the Brightline station to wherever in the downtown area they want to connect to. Other areas, I think, as they develop, there is transit available in certain areas, but the Palm Tran headways are not really conducive to regular use. It's just the fact that it serves the entire county, and in order for them to serve the entire county economically, they can't have 10-minute headways on Route 1, which is the bus that runs from the Broward line to the Martin County line along Federal Highway. There are opportunities, I think, for us as we redevelop, and I'll bring that up what I wanted to talk about. If we encourage enough development, I think we can encourage transit to be available to people for them to connect to other means of mobility, which will allow us to perhaps provide more affordable or attainable housing in these areas that people will not necessarily need to have a car to get to work in city or outside the city. The area I'm talking about, the mayor had mentioned earlier, the fact that we have been finally successful with the strong efforts of Mr. Beer, the mayor, and the rest of the staff in obtaining the approval for the Jeffrey Street connection to Federal Highway. That will be done in early 1927, probably. Everything will be finished. It will be open and ready to go. I will encourage everyone to think about the opportunity that presents for Delray Manors, which is the area, the residential area that this will pass through, and North Federal Highway. The area of Delray Manors is one of the few generally affordable neighborhoods in the city. I think we want to preserve that and enhance it. Jeffrey Street coming through will open that opportunity, I think, for us to assuming there are still federal dollars available, to leverage federal dollars to make improvements in the neighborhood that will make a more attractive neighborhood and reinvest in the housing in the area. Federal highway, as the mayor mentioned, we studied it in 2006, 7, 8 or so. There was a report done about the fact that we should encourage redevelopment of very new kinds. Mr. Cameo worked very hard on a mixed use, the city's first mixed-use zoning district for North Federal Highway, that because of market conditions never really came to be. We were a little behind, the market kind of ran away from us, and the developer wasn't able to complete the vision. We've had some housing on Federal Highway, but it's not the kind of housing that's really, they weren't next to existing housing. If we're looking at redeveloping the corridor, we have to be sensitive to the fact that there is single-family residential on either side. But it's possible to come up with a vision for that area that appropriately recognizes the existing neighborhoods and their needs, develops potentially affordable housing on the parcels on Federal Highway, improves the streetscape, and encourages neighborhood serving retail rather than furniture stores, which is pretty much what we have now. So I encourage the council and the staff for the future to remember that Jeffrey Street success is going to be a possibility for future success in that area. It's something we didn't have when we were looking at this in 2006-7. It wasn't even considered. But there are patterns of development that were suggested then that may be appropriate once we make that connection. Then the Jeffrey Street connection is extremely important to accessibility in the north area. I'm done with my speech.
Questions for Mr. Brown? Okay. Before we move on from growth management, I'd like to ask just a couple of the staff members to think about it. So as in my head, I can now see sort of a consented vision of what this strategic focus area's outcomes look like. So more multimodal, more connection between the different areas, perhaps an APOC model type area or areas to consider, fewer parking downtown, but cars will always, or at least for the near future, 10 years or so, be a consideration. There's a possibility of some type of changes to Palmetto Park Road. So I can see this kind of vision, and I hope that the staff can too as we've gone through this discussion. My question is, what are the impacts for your specific functional areas? So as I look around, I'm looking at potentially Mr. Stevens. What is the impact on your functional area? So Parks and Recreation, the different, you have so many different divisions that you manage. Are there impacts that perhaps you have questions about or that you need to ask about?
It's not particularly questions. I just think it's, the general overall thought is we're looking at different parts of the city, having certain amenities and certain things in those parts of the cities where people can access them equally. But there's also recreation in a lot of ways in the city. Historically, we started off with small neighborhood parks where there was one soccer field, one softball field, a playground and whatnot in different parts of the city. Recreation in the last 10 years or so has gone more to the fact where you're building a regional park where you're putting almost all your soccer fields or whatnot, turf rectangles in one location, your baseball fields in one location. So it'll be a balance between making sure in different parts of the city where you have if we're talking about walkability, but making sure there's playgrounds, there's recreational amenities with shade and whatnot in those general areas that people can get to, but also how do we get to the larger, more concentrated areas, that have these other needs as far as ball fields and that type of thing.
Comments from council members on that? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Siemens. I mean, for me, obviously all the parks are everywhere, but especially the parks that we have closer to the downtown. And I've brought this up before. Wildflower, we spent a lot of money. I can't remember how much. You can't even get a water there. There's no activation of the park. So you want people to walk and bike and go around, and you can't even buy like a soda. I'll go back to the park that I talked about earlier, Peacock Park, down in Coconut Grove. It's a public park. It's a beautiful park, gorgeous park, activated day to night. You could have a salad, you could have a drink, you could have a tequila, you could have a coffee, you could bring your kids during the day, you could go out in the evening. It's a beautiful activated space. You could rent parts of the park to have your birthday party for your child. The basketball courts are on the side. On the back side is, you can see the bay, I guess is Biscayne Bay. Again, activated park. I don't, like, for me particularly, I don't have a reason to go to the Wildflower Park because, first of all, there's nothing for me to do there. So, like, if I go to Trattoria, it would be great. Like, I could go have dinner. I love, like, there's shrimp there. And I could walk across and maybe get a coffee and after dinner drink. Well, that park is dark. There's nobody there. So, again, we're not saying what we want for vibrancy and truly embracing, whether that's outside of the CRA, but that's a whole area there where there's so much potential. So activating parks that can be activated was on my list. I think it's important. Also in parks, Miser Park, I don't know if this can be done or not, but I've heard, from some of the residents that I guess there's a lot of dogs coming to the park, and there's not an area for the dogs. So in my walks last week, and I have pictures that I'll share with Mr. Brown and he could share with staff, I was walking in the downtown of Miami, and I saw like this little park area that was a gate, and it's a dog park, and basically a little piece of turf, and that's where the dogs go, and other, I guess, animals maybe. I've seen cats on leashes as well, and they go there. That's where they take the dogs. So what I'm hearing now from the residents of the downtown is all these dogs, and then they poop on the thing, and then children sit there because they're coming on the weekends. So one of my suggestions is how easy it is to get, I don't know the cost, I'm just saying, it'd be great if we're adding these water fountains with the doggy water as well, that we have an area in Miser Park that the dogs can relieve themselves, that they're not taking these poops in the middle where all the kids are trying to play the golf. And by the way, I get stopped, and this is what I've been told. So that was on my list. And as we're talking about parks, I wanted to talk about activating parks, particularly Wildflower, and of course, adding some form of a small area for dogs and other, I guess, animals in the downtown, especially as we move forward with the government center.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'm glad we're touching on parks. And yesterday you showed this slide, the government master plan, with how are the other things dependent, or is the government master plan dependent on the other things? We got kind of off on a tangent and didn't really finish out this part. So one thing that I really think campus master plan is dependent on is the recreation master plan. And we started talking about the recreation master plan, at least I remember last August. And this is before we had any unsolicited offers on anything. So of course, that whole discussion that happened way later changed the recreation master plan discussion. However, I feel like we really need to nail down the recreation master plan, because going forward with what's going to happen at the government campus, among other things that we have to figure out, space needs analysis and, how big is our city hall, the recreation is a big part of this. And recreation, at least in my discussions with all proposers all the way through, was what recreation are we keeping in the downtown? It was important, I thought, to keep that in the downtown, and ultimately we ended up with a potential partner that does want to do that. But we need to tell them what we want. And I know we had an update on the recreation master plan a couple weeks ago, but I think we need more. I know we need more. So going forward with where we're going to have, more clay courts, or where we're going to have, what's going out at North Park, what are we doing there? And even a racket sports master plan, because, 5-6 years ago, I'm sure they've been around a lot longer, I didn't know what pickleball and padel were. And, 5-6 years from now, when we finish our first phase of the government master plan, hopefully before then, there may be 3 more sports that we don't know and didn't plan for. So I really think that we need to get on this recreation master plan. We need to have it in hand sooner rather than later. And that's what I'd like to see, because I think that the campus master plan is dependent on the recreation master plan.
Shall we put in our report a suggestion for a workshop for the recreation master plan?
We just had on a workshop recreation master plan.
Okay.
So I guess we could have one more, but
Okay.
sooner rather than later.
Okay.
Maybe when we have our other workshop that we spoke about yesterday.
Okay.
But
Yeah, it's a great point, Ms. Knockless, thank you. In terms of activation, yeah, Ms. Drucker, I agree 100%. We were at the bike rodeo at DeHornley Park last week, and of course, in addition to the bike rodeo, there were many, many other things that are normally just going on there. There was the soccer games and whatnot. And the bike rodeo had, I guess, the Kona Ice truck, Kona Ice food truck, the Kona Ice truck as part of the, as part of the amenities, as part of the bike rodeo thing. And so what I started to notice, some people that I know from Woodfield, they were coming with their kids to play soccer, and they all wanted to go to the ice truck. And we're kind of like, oh, it's not for you, sorry, it's for the, and they're like, oh, and of course there's times where the Chick-fil-A truck is there. And of course, it's so utilized. It is so utilized. So in this kind of food truck nation that we're in, we had food truck Fridays downtown, or Thursdays, or whatever it was, occasionally. But to your point, Mr. Instructor, of activating some of these parks, it's not a situation where we need to build a wholesale infrastructure and permanent commercial kitchens. Let the commercial kitchen just roll up. Give the people what they want. Let them buy some water. What I've heard from boaters in Boca's beautiful boat ramp for 20 years is, we love Boca boating, except we need an ice machine, because people who boat need ice to drink, right? To keep their stuff cold. So put an ice machine down there, and how hard can that be? And it would make $1 million, because everyone's buying ice before they go on the boat. Those, there are some quick fixes that we don't need to do whole-scale infrastructure things. We can activate parks with the market it's already providing, which is, food trucks and, and more simple things. And especially when you have massive baseball season and Little League season and everyone's there, and same with the soccer and flag football and whatnot. Doing some of those kind of quick activations are certainly a possible, and when you have these massive tournaments going on, the coordination, again, it's a business activity and it's providing a need for the community. So I certainly think we could look into that more and be a little bit more generous to do that. People often think about that too near some of the beaches, or on the Spanish River Park, is why can't there ever be a food truck on Spanish River Park while they're going there so they can use these things? And yes, it does mean that we need more trash receptacles and stuff like that, but it's fulfilling a need that the people want, rather than craving for something or making it difficult, right? Because the alternative is, okay, now I have to go drive my whole family to McDonald's or Chick-fil-A or wherever I'm going after the soccer game, which turns out to be a mess. And I had little kids too. It was always a disaster because they're starving and crying and the whole thing, and because there's no food there. Right? So providing needs with the alternatives that are here is an amenity that's not going to cost us anything. It's just going to reap us benefits. To the point, Mr. Stevens, I think that was really well said, is the way that parks develop in master plans. Initially, like little nodes, you had your field and your ball field and your basketball court and your playground in each little node. A lot of the southern parks in the older zoning districts, like was it Camino Gardens, has still some of those kind of, those little park nodes in the middle. Kind of looks a little like Savannah, where the streets kind of stop into a, into a little park node there. So, that's good. But eventually they evolved, right? So now we have Sugar Sand and the baseball, mecca, and DeHornley with the softball mecca. They evolved. So appreciating that, having some of the older parks maybe also evolve into not needing their own fields, but maybe having one flex field could be a future kind of visionary thinking for the repurposing of some of the older parks, appreciating that we have some collective things, big things going on in some of these big parks as well. So, we don't need a super redundancy of that.
I wonder if Mr. Stevens wants to respond before it
Yeah, let me just to finish the Beach and Parks District Master Plan, like the coordination of that is really a great first step in avoiding the super duplication of efforts in that, and I applaud that.
That's a lot to unpack.
So, thank you. Just a couple of quick things, just to follow up on the Recreation Master Plan. As we did report a few weeks ago, we are working with Keith and Associates. We anticipate having our conceptual plans finished sometime in July to bring those back. But it is an interesting chicken and an egg looking at the downtown master plan versus the rec master plan and what influences what. It's like if I have a balloon with air and the top is the downtown and I press on it, it pushes out. So everything from the downtown that we move outside of the downtown impacts another park. When I take my hand back up, because if you go from, we looked at, okay, if there was no tennis in the downtown, I'm pushing down, all those tennis courts have to go somewhere else. When we say, well, there could be 2, there could be 4, there could be 6, there could be 8, as I'm letting my hand back up, that air is going back, it's opening those spaces back up at those other parks. So there really is a very strong relationship. The downtown master plan, in a lot of ways, is almost a driving force of what happens in the recreation master plan. Because when the recreation master plan started, the downtown was not initially part of that conversation. The amenities that stay in the downtown have a very strong and a direct relationship on everything else we do in the city. It's also, the configuration, what direction these facilities face, as we've seen with tennis. They don't face east-west. The sun rises behind, sets on the other side. You don't build courts in that configuration. They go north and south. What type of materials are we building those courts out of? So all those things take place. So we're having to be even more flexible than we had anticipated in the recreation master plan, because we've had to look at what if we move all the amenities out, what do we have to do? But what if we only move some of them, what does that do? So part of going back to our master plan now is just identifying zones and then figuring out what could go here based on what happens in the downtown. So my understanding is that we will be working with Terra Frisbee, as the groups within the city. We'll have work groups to move forward with that. That those are the types of things that we're looking for, to work with them, make the recommendations in, kind of working backward from there. So there is a very big chicken and an egg, but a very strong relationship between the two, the campus and the recreation master plan. Just a couple of other things. We are working on activation. We have a number of public art pieces that are going into the Wildflower, the downtown, in the next few months. And I know that our special events folks are working on a series of different events and types of things to try to get some more activation into whether it be Sanborn Square or the Wildflower. So we are working on that.
Okay. Mayor? Okay, that was a fantastic segment. I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Shad to ask if there's other needs that you have and wrap up this part of the growth management.
Okay, thank you. There's actually a couple other specific direction items we're looking for. So you see here, I'm not going to read them to you, strategic projects under the 2 strategic priorities. So under Building Energy Benchmarking Voluntary Program, we're asking for input and direction from the council on confirmation of the program's parameters as proposed by staff and the funding level of $200,000 per year. Should I stop there or just read them both?
What would you prefer, Mr. Mayor? one at a time? Go both?
Why don't you just read both? There's only one sentence to read.
Sure. And then on the project of seize opportunities for strategic land acquisitions, we have requesting input on policy direction regarding the purpose, goals, and priorities for desirable parcels. So basically, what are we looking for and why, and for what?
Can I start with the second first? Because I've said it before. I don't like talking about it until it's ready to roll. I think we've talked about it in the past. If staff sees something, go for it. Try to tie it up and come back to us. I know there may be some things. There was an allusion to something in one of the reports. Continue with that, but I don't want to talk about it too much now until it's ripe. That may upset the apple cart. I just want to jump in on that. I'll weigh on the other one. I haven't seen the parameters, and I don't know what the funding level options are. Directionally, it's fine. I don't know what I haven't seen it yet, but, so I don't know, but, you know, it's not a figure that's seven figures. I think it's somewhat modest and probably designed to achieve some goals, but I don't know enough yet.
Can I chime in on benchmark?
Only if you put on your microphone, please.
Can everyone hear me?
Now we
Now
can.
Sorry. So that program, I'm pushing forward on it. I have a few commercial and multifamily business managers, building managers that want to participate in that program. So we're going to look at piloting it this year. And I will report out to council towards the end of the year on how that pilot is working out. And Boca is really going to be one of the first municipalities within the Southeast Florida Regional Climate Compact to even be exploring this. I've gotten a lot of help in building the program off of what Lindsay had already designed, who was my predecessor. I've gotten a lot of assistance from Miami-Dade County that has a program that is already in town ordinance. It's a mandatory program. So I've been working closely with them to help, look at our program and how we can roll it out in an efficient manner. And obviously, this program is to help meet the city's Race to Zero goals to be net zero by 2050. And then obviously from the business side, to allow these building managers, building owners to realize cost savings in terms of their energy use year over year. It's usually about 2.5% that can be saved in their energy costs by benchmarking. So I'm rolling forward with that program, and after the pilot has been implemented, I will certainly report out to council, let you know how it's doing, and whether I believe that $200,000 per year is something that we should keep where it's at or possibly put more money into. The $200,000 figure is going to be coming from economic development, and the idea is to provide cost share on what are called ASHRAE Level 2 energy audits. So any participants in the program will receive a 50-50 cost share with the city on those audits. And they could cost anywhere between a few $1,000s to tens of thousands of dollars, just depending on the size of the building. The buildings that we are currently looking at would be over 10,000 square feet and have to be either commercial or multifamily.
May I ask a question then, Ms. Beto Jennings?
Sure.
I would say thank you for giving the overview on what that is. As with other things, as you've heard probably yesterday and even before, I would love to see going in, what are your goals? What are the measurable metrics you hope to achieve through this, whether it's jobs created, an incentive to bring companies here, an attractor? What results you think will come out of this beyond the data gathering? Because it's not just data, it's benchmarking, but there's some data gathering there as along with the change, and then how it turns out not only for the actual reduction in energy usage, which helps us, but are there other more definitive economic or job benefits that we can see from this?
Absolutely, and I'm not prepared to answer that question right now.
Yes.
But as we get rolling with the program, I will certainly be. And I can also look at case studies from Miami-Dade County to see how it's benefiting them.
Thank you. Further comments on that?
Yes.
Right. Please, and I've spoken enough, so please turn it over.
No, thank you for the good overview. My company has participated in specific items like this in a division of our company in the north region of the country, and it's been very, very helpful. It's not only helpful with respect to kind of incentivizing, energy efficiency, but a lot of the DOE stuff, and we won't get into federal funding, but a lot of the DOE stuff that's going on as well, and promoting this type of benchmarking and energy efficiency, then actually gets you get credits for financing, right? So you get a BPS reduction for energy efficiency, DOE stuff, sustainability measures, stuff like this. So a program like this, especially as a pilot program, could also incentivize more energy efficient development of both commercial and residential properties, which it has done in other regions, and I think will again give another reason to get the numbers to work, right? To get the numbers to work to pencil out, because if the buildings, and especially in an energy volatile climate like Florida, to get the energy efficiency model under control, to get a little bit more certainty, because you're doing some of this benchmarking, is it's going to help the deals pencil out. And that's what we want, right? We want them to come in knowing that the city is going to give you a little push in the right direction to help the deals pencil out. And when they see that, and when they see that we're open to that, it's another driver to get businesses to come here. So, I think it's a good first start. And like I said, as a pilot program, certainly we could work on some key metrics.
From Ms. Drucker, any further comments? Mr. Shad, did you have, no one else said anything, I think maybe more strategically on question 2. Do you have clarity now? Or maybe we want to discuss that?
On question 2, I'm good if...
Good.
Okay. Back on the first question, if I could prod a little bit. So it makes sense to me not to talk about specific parcels or acquisitions. I get that. But in terms of what in general are we looking for and why, I think that's maybe worth more talking. And following up on the previous conversation, I think we're all thinking and hopeful that with the Jeffrey Street crossing, that the North Federal area is going to be more ripe for redevelopment. And what does that look like? And it sounds like possibly it includes additional residential. Should we be looking for acquisitions in general in that area for parks, for anything else? I'm just throwing it out there.
I'll say yes, but not just limited to that. Again, I think Mr. Brown and team have a good sense of where there's a good deal and a good opportunity, and we know our needs. So I don't think I have to go into details there, and happy to talk more offline, because then we get into more in the specifics. Ms. Naklis, Mr. Wigger.
Just one thing I wanted to bring up, and I'm sure this is, what this is, but we talked a lot about connectivity. So parcels that provide that connectivity, that maybe that just one missing link that we need. So I think you may already be looking at some of those things, and that's where I would really go. It's supporting walkable, connected neighborhoods.
Thank you, Ms. Naklis. I think that was perfectly said. Yeah, that's, targeted parcels that promote connectivity that are really, really vital. Yeah, I won't get into specifics. One thing that we didn't talk about briefly is the 20th Street corridor. I know before I took office, there was a study on the University corridor, and I guess nothing really kind of happened with it too much back then. But since that time, FAU has transformed from a university that, my understanding, was 75% commuter to now is a university that's 75% residential based. And as a result, as we all know, there's a significant shortage of student housing that's going to require the private sector to participate in meeting the needs. And we see some of those strains in the students in my class, and I'm sure in Mr. Thompson's class, that tell me where they live and how they have to live, and people commuting from 441 because that's where they could find units. So, in terms of being strategic, I would say maybe kind of rethinking or reevaluating the University Corridor, the 20th Street Corridor as a potential, update of that. So for some future growth, I think I'd love to see it looked into a little if possible.
Yeah, some of my students come from 441 in Boynton Beach in order to commute to the school. So, I mean, maybe that is commuter, but they're trying to be closer, they just can't. The acquisition of properties is a tricky thing. You guys recognize that? I think for the most part, folks who want to do business with the city on this find a way to get to us when the parcel's right. And so you all know the significance of those when they come in. I think we act quickly on the ones that, if that happens, because it does happen from time to time. It's the other ones that get more tricky, and once it's flagged as a potential acquisition, the price doubles. I think we look to you on how to approach that. I think we're open to anything that you think makes strategic sense, because that's one of those things that we can, particularly, we know what our needs are better than maybe than the residents or the development community does. And so we can act on those things probably better, and we trust you all to act on those things when the opportunities arise.
Do you need more clarity?
Nope.
Okay. Are there more slides to your presentation?
That's it for growth management. If you want to move on to quality of life, we can do that.
Okay. Do we need a break?
I think we should take our lunch break. We had it scheduled for 12 to 12:30, so I think this would be an appropriate time. Would you just
I think let's check with staff to see that it's here and ready. It is? It is. I've heard it is.
Good.
Someone said it was. An expert said that it was.
Right, good.
So,
how's 35 minutes, everyone? Is that good? All right, so it's 12:08. Why don't we just call it 12:45? We'll come back. That'll be 37 minutes. All right, we'll see you at 12:45. Thank you. And we have resumed our strategic planning session at 12:49. Trina.
Okay. Just to recap quickly, we've had some great discussion, continue those high-level discussions on these strategic focus areas. Our team will provide what we believe is the recap of what the consensus is, and we will finish growth management and move on to world-class services, and I'll throw the ball back to Mr. Shedd.
Okay, so I think we're finished with growth management.
I'm sorry, quality of, we are or we are not?
We're finished, I believe, unless...
Quality of life, I misspoke.
Quality of life, okay.
I misspoke, quality of life.
Okay, so for the quality of life strategic focus area, goals and objectives. Provide for the best quality of life for city residents by fostering a greater sense of community and preserving and enhancing the city's cultural institutions. As you can see, accomplishments under this SFA include upgrades, repairs, and public safety improvements at Sanborn Square, the installation of the Centennial sign at Sanborn Square, and a notice to proceed has been issued on the Recreation Master Plan, as we mentioned earlier. Challenges here including balancing growth with the protection of community character. That's probably the fundamental quality of life issue we have. So a couple of questions for discussion. What are the most critical factors that define and enhance quality of life for our residents? What factors make a quality of life investment a higher priority than another? So how do you choose between competing interests for quality of life? What measurable outcomes will tell us whether we are being successful in preserving and enhancing quality of life? For discussion.
Anyone want to start? Ms. Nicholas?
I can start. Thank you, Mr. Shedd. So factors that define and enhance quality of life for our residents, I would start with public safety is top. And then as people are moving here, I think really looking for housing affordability and schools and access to culture, dining, things that they can walk to, arts, events, and responsive city services, as we talked about yesterday, and reliable city services. And then what factors make quality of life investments higher priority? I think the community can really tell us a lot. There are community surveys that we've done, and we have a lot of surveys out. So I think we have to let residents tell us what is going to make their quality of life higher, and then it's up to us to figure out how to do that. And and being proactive like we are with ISIP and every other thing that we do in the city that they may not think of with the sewers and the water and the roads, like the mayor always talks about, but really listening to the residents, and whether that's through surveys or our own strategic goals, then we need to follow that. And then measurable outcomes, I had in preserving and enhancing quality of life. Again, resident satisfaction scores, how much our parks and trails and community facilities and libraries and the amphitheater and everything else gets used. Our response times for the police and fire is, if those go down. And there was something in your slide presentation that you had, Mr. Mayor. Oh, the see-click fix. The how we respond to issues that the residents bring forward, and I think those are all measurable ways to measure quality of life, satisfaction.
So to recap, the important components are safety, housing affordability, schools, culture, arts events, and government services.
Clean, safe neighborhoods, connectivity, a range of services offered, and trust in their government. I would also add that as something. Mobility, connectivity.
So I added trust in
And
government.
recreation. All
I
of
added trust in government to the measurable outcomes.
Okay.
Clean, neighborhoods. So those are the components that are important as we think of quality of life here in Boca Raton. The other thing that I heard you say was that there are certain listening posts that are important, like the community surveys and other mechanisms for us to listen to what the community wants. And then we also ought to measure their trust in government usage of XYZ, whether it's parks and then response times.
Right. And I think something like the state of the city and how it's transitioned from what it was to what it is now, and people getting to interact with all the different government services and have a chance to talk to them and have one-on-one time with each of the departments, I think that increases trust and increases the feeling like they're being heard. And that, for me, increases quality of life here in my city.
So it's connections and those touch points that Mr. Thompson was talking about yesterday, and it's both with council and staff.
Yes.
Got it.
I'll jump in because I want to dovetail some of that. For me, it's always been a triangle with the base, inverted triangle, where the base is public safety. Then that leads to a thriving economy, and then that leads to quality of life. You need the thriving economy to provide the jobs and the investment and the philanthropy that then helps the quality of life for the non-city provided services, which are the bulk of them. The arts, the culture, the entertainment, the restaurants, the dining, the schools, public and private. We put on a whole range of events, and I think we've done very well at defining it. Deputy Mayor Naklis gave a whole range of examples and factors. I think they're all important. I think they're all factored there. If we're talking about a strategic priority, I don't think we need to be doing different things than what we're doing. I think we have it pretty well pat. I don't think there's something I would say do differently than what we're doing. I would say you tweak, and to get your second question, measurable outcomes, it's again trying to drive by data. First, there's a whole range of leading indicators. All of the other indicators we look at are leading indicators for quality of life. Our crime rate, our response times, our property value increase, the number of jobs, the job growth, the rating of our schools, the number of people coming to invest here, the number of visitors coming here, the retention of residents, the students who want to stay here after graduating high school or college. All of those data points are not for this strategic focus area. They're in their own, but they all relate back. I think we can, if we're going to look at what should we, the middle question, what factors make a quality of life investment a higher priority than the other? I think it comes down to ROI and bang for the buck. We have done a better job lately experimenting with different festivals. I like that we're trying different festivals, different events, different ways to come out. We see what people respond to, and then drill down. And we've had some great events this year. Boca Street Fest, I think, was a huge success. And we had thousands of people out there. Some of the other festivals we've had have been very successful. Others that we don't do anymore because we saw that there was not as much demand. And I think the people vote with their feet. And I think that's a good way to measure it. It's also the impact. You want to be trying to do events that create a buzz and enthusiasm even for the non-attendees. I think we're seeing some examples this month that will prove a good bellwether. There are times, candidly, like we probably may have spent at a lower ROI based on some individual concerns. I think it was good that we, wanted to put in bollards at Sanborn Square, but it really came out in result to a smaller group compared to the 100,000 of the city who wanted to do yoga there. And so unless, the bollards serve another purpose, but we have to be wary about someone saying, well, my particular group wants one thing, and then understand the investment, because we may have other priorities. Mr. Thompson gave the example before, the wildflower parking. I agreed. We needed wildflower parking, and at the time we said, well, we can't just make it for the residents in the area. That would have been a very low ROI for anyone else in the city. So it's trying to impact people with some understanding of the costs and benefits, and that may be one way to make an investment. And then there are other things, like we invest in Boca Raton Bowl is an economic development driver, but it's also a quality of life thing. It reaches thousands of people and millions of eyeballs. That is a little more measurable in terms of those impacts than other things.
So I heard measurable outcomes in two ways. One is return on investment. Are we talking specifically financial investment?
Investment, time, capital resources, attention. And there, by the way, there are a whole range. Not everything boils down to a number, of course. The quality of life is a feeling. It's an attitude. So are there things we do with our, excellent customer service? People feel, to take Ms. Nacklis's point, people were energized to go talk to all the department heads and staff here. That's not, that's not a dollar invested there, but that's one of those things that make people feel part of our community. Our historical celebrations make us feel part of the community. It creates a sense of place. So it's many things, but it's hard to quantify. I guess I'm just really responding to the second thing, what factors, number of people reached, time, effort, those sorts of things.
So you also mentioned vote with their feet. That's something certainly that's measurable. And then the impact for some undertakings might have been smaller than expected, and we may not be doing those anymore. This is what I'm
I'd say continue to pivot as we've not been afraid to do. There are events, we don't have the boat parade anymore. And I got 2 concerns last year, 2 total, that we didn't have it, because people just, even after 40 years, they stopped doing it. I welcome it to come back, but we can't time it out with the other cities, so therefore it created its own little problem. But it's things like that, not being afraid to say, it hasn't been as popular anymore. We don't do the Miss Boca contest anymore. We don't do a whole bunch of things from the 1960s anymore, so that's okay.
May I add to that, Mayor?
Please, and I'm done. So yes, you go next.
I think between the two that have spoken on this, I think we've covered most of the ways that factors that affect or enhance quality of life. As for how to measure them, yes, for the most part, ROI is a good way of doing that. With one exception, I think we'd all agree on this. Recreation is not something that, when you put money into it, you're expecting to get back a measurable return on investment. Like, you're not judging it based on dollars and cents. We have, in my view anyway, some of the best parks, beaches, recreation, services and facilities and programs anywhere. People, we all have friends who don't live in the city of Boca. Nobody's perfect. And when they come to us, they talk to us about the things that set Boca apart. And people, for the most part, they're flattering across the board when it comes to what Boca does well, but recreation is really at the top of that list. And I remember, even as a kid myself, playing in Boca parks and thinking these things are just different than everywhere else, so much better. I was a goalie in soccer. There was always a dirt patch, if not outright dirt everywhere on a soccer field, but not on the fields in Boca. I remember that vividly. This is going back 30 plus years. I can remember that. And it's tough to judge an investment into recreation the same way, because it doesn't yield a tangible, measurable dollar impact necessarily. But I don't think that we would necessarily want to take away in our investment from recreation, obviously. So that was one area where ROI is an imperfect measure of that.
Usage is a great measure.
And if I may dovetail with that, and I'll take the liberty to do so, I agree with you. Obviously, we invest in quality with our parks, but also just on recreation. If you're getting to the second question, we have made strategic investments. We chose wisely not to allow the Beach and Park District to spend $25 million on a golf course when it was going to, we saw that the ROI wouldn't have been there. As we look at recreation, we're not talking about replacing shuffleboard because it's not as popular. We're looking more for the racket sports. And I think we should continue to look at, the usage rates that are coming out of recreation services will inform that recreation master plan and might also give some more empirical data on how you value that component. But agree there. Ms. Drucker?
So kind of when I look at quality of life, one of the things that we didn't mention, I agree with everything that's been said, is Health. We want a healthy community. That's the next level. That's the visionary. Why do we want areas? Why do we want pedestrian areas? Why do we want more green space? Why do we want more recreation? Because we want a healthy community. When you have a healthy community, it takes the burden. You have an older workforce. You have a workforce that'll stay in it longer. You'll have the new workforce coming in. So we can't discount that quality of life equals health. That's another layer. And now if you hear it and some of the things that I participated in, it's just not walkability and it's not the 15-minute walkable city. It's a 15-minute walkable city that includes wellness and health, includes blue zone restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. So now we got to think bigger. So if we're thinking bigger, and obviously I'm bold like that, I'm always thinking next steps. What you're going to hear in the next 10 years, if not already, is that more and more communities and more individuals want health and wellness to be a part of their everyday life. That is why we're biking. That is why we're walking more. That is why we're doing things that are outside. Why it's so important to have, obviously, the recreation space, whether you're paddle boarding or you're going on the kayak, which is great, or you're doing all these other things. And I agree with Mr. Thompson, you can't put a price on health. The way that you measure ROI on health is how is it taxing our hospital? Are we having enough beds? We know the hospital has gone through an enormous change. They're adding areas to the hospital. So again, that's something to think about when you're creating development, you're bringing more people and business into the community. How is that going to impact our healthcare? You want people to be able to get the best healthcare right here where they work, live, and play. So I would add health as part of the quality of life. To me, health is really, really important. Without that, you can't do that. And quality of care. Where are we getting the quality of care? Before, people would leave Boca. Now you hear a lot of people coming into Boca. We still have people that leave to get quality of care. So I think that's a bigger conversation. When we're planning our suite of offerings for recreation, we can't discount that this country, Florida, everywhere has a pandemic of mental health. You see it. There's programs out there, even through NLC, FLC. They're putting a lot of programming. You see it for the fire departments and police departments. So are we kind of taking care of that as well? Especially, I mean, it also comes to mind that may be mental health. But I really think that some of our programming, when we have these facilities that we create, should have some of these things for our mental health, for our wellness, and our being.
Good. Mr. Rader.
Yeah, I think about it a little differently. Growing up in the Northeast, obviously, the town I grew up in was incorporated in 1700. So by the time I was there, it was already New Rochelle, 4.0 or 5.0 or whatever. We're just starting, literally, Boca 2.0, the second century, right? The first century essentially just building out on vacant land. So how we kind of reimagine how we're going to define Boca 2.0 is not going to be just about shiny new buildings, but it's how we're going to enhance the communities that are there already. As we already know, the downtown, the older sector, is a little more seasoned, right? It's more established. When you move into town, if someone asks you, where do you live? You say, I live in this great city, Boca Raton. If you're talking to people in Boca Raton and they ask you, where do you live? You say, I live in this great neighborhood, Woodfield, Broken Sound, Camito Gardens, The Preserve, downtown, Alena, the beach. You talk about great neighborhoods. So when I think about critical factors that enhance the quality of life, I think about great neighborhoods. And what that means in a town that's now kind of built out and it's in Boca 2.0 goes back to what we were talking about in terms of growth management, in terms of our planning sectors, that we have these regions. And the most critical factor that I really think about in terms of quality of life is accessibility, right? Is that each node now, because it's built out, right, it's not the people commuting from the residential PUD to the commercial PUD, 20 minutes each way or 26 minutes each way, and going out to dinner at the Meisner Park sector, 26 minutes to get there. It's being able to live, work, and play, being accessible in your specific neighborhood, right? So I live in this great neighborhood. Oh, and we have this great commercial node now. It's next to Office Depot, believe it or not. It's this beautiful, there's a bunch of restaurants there, and we can hang out there. Oh, I live downtown in Commuter Gardens. I get to go to, there's a circuit now, and I get to go to Mosner Park and the new government campus center, and so we can hang out there. And to Mr. Stevens' point, and I live over, and there's some little parks there that are so cool in this sector, and right, so you go to the parks, unless you're doing some big soccer tournament, you're going to the parks and frequenting those things that are close to your neighborhood because they're accessible, right? And so it's like in the police division, we talk about the reverse, like the response time. How quick can I get it, right? There's 8 fire stations. How quick can I get to the thing? Well, people have the opposite thing. How quick can I get to what I want to do? Right? I want to do something great in my neighborhood. So I would say the factors that make a quality of life investment a higher priority is how they impact the accessibility for our residents in their neighborhood. And obviously what measurable outcomes would tell us whether we're being successful is utilization, right? And just an access and the fact that they are there, right? To Mr. Thompson's point, the fact that a park is there and you're on a playground, I mean, who is ever counting the people going on a playground? But they're there, you know, and so the fact that they are simply there, that is important. So to make sure every neighborhood, what the measurable outcome could be is to make sure every neighborhood has those top 10 accessible things that we all just talked about. You know, that's something that's measurable too, just the fact that they are there and that they all have them. So each neighborhood has its own identity. I think that's something we could measure and we could work towards.
Can I say one more thing, and then I want to ask staff a question, please? I'd say it's our brand, too. There's at least I would say it's our brand, too. We have swagger in Boca Raton. We know we're a special place. The people who live here come for the brand. The people who live in West County, which is really parallel to Delray, want the Boca Raton mailing address as a sign of that, not Delray and not unincorporated Palm Beach County. I think that, you know, that strength, that brand stems from all these things. There are certain things about our look. Our appearance codes have been stricter. Our medians are nicer. It was palpable to me as a boy in Fort Lauderdale growing up and coming over Federal Highway and seeing the difference. And I've heard Dick Schmidt tell that story of how he got here in the 1960s, driving down A1A or driving down US 1 and stopping here. And Rick Sklar, it's the same thing. So there's a feeling you get here, it's different, and it ties to our brand. So now that we've said some things, may I ask, what would staff like us to do what's the next question? How does this discussion inform something actionable for you all for a strategic plan?
I know you're looking at me, but anybody can feel free to.
Sorry you asked.
I guess one thing I thought was interesting was the idea of Boca 2.0. We know that we want our neighborhoods to be stable and largely be the same, but we also know that nothing stays the same completely. What do you see as being different in Boca 2.0 in terms of the neighborhoods, in terms of the places that aren't going to see wholesale change to enhance quality of life?
Well, as far as neighborhoods go, I mean, I hear all the time about, you know, incorporating the complete streets and incorporating safer ways to get around and safer ways for children to get to school. You know, it would take a lot of stress off parents if they knew that their children had safe routes to school. You know, so as far as neighborhoods go, and of course that we have to work with the county on different streets, which I know is a challenge sometimes, and but that's one of the ways I think, without disturbing the integrity of the neighborhood, enhancing the neighborhood would be, you know, having safer ways for people to get around those neighborhoods and to the things that they need to get to.
May I ask a question? If we are sold on safe routes to schools, which we have been as a city, we've had this policy for a long time, are we willing to stick by it when a neighborhood says, I don't want a sidewalk in front of my house, I don't care how the kids get to school, I do not want a sidewalk in front of my house because there are going to be people in front of my house? Now they're walking in the street, they'll be walking on the sidewalk. Are we going to say, sorry, we're going to put in the sidewalk? We've had this kind of policy waffling for many years, and if we say we're firm on we're going to improve neighborhoods with sidewalks, then we have to be willing to follow through on it.
Mr. Brown, could you give us some geographic examples, please?
Tunis and Palms. Everybody's ready for a sidewalk except one particular house that absolutely refuses to have a sidewalk, and they just don't want it. And they come to the council, and I'm not saying it's this council, I'm talking about past things. People will come and say, we don't want the sidewalk, and our instructions are, then go somewhere else, find another place to put in a sidewalk.
Mr. Thompson, Ms. Drucker, I'm going to guess what we're all going to say on this, but please go ahead.
Yes, the answer to that is yes. If anything, is it on? Is this thing on?
It is.
I think the answer is, I think, a very strong yes on that. If anything, I would want to see where, and I recognize this is a big lift potentially, but there are places that whole neighborhoods don't have sidewalks.
Correct.
And that to me is a problem. I'm less sensitive to the one or two people who don't want to have a sidewalk despite the obvious manifest benefit to having one there. So that's just me.
Yeah, our sidewalking program has been prioritized by Safe Routes to Schools to add them in the areas where we have kids walking, say, to Boca Middle or to Boca L. We did new sidewalks for Boca Elementary. We did new sidewalks for Addison Meisner. There are other areas where we don't have a sidewalk, but there are children walking from neighborhood A to the school that that would be in our priority list. And then we would get to those areas of the city that never had sidewalks, but would benefit from them. And one of the side benefits of doing that is that if we're putting in sidewalks now, we can put them in such a way that we can add street trees and improve the quality of the neighborhood.
Great. Ms. Rucker.
I agree with everything that's been said. I think we have to go, we're growing up. So Boca 2.0, what does it look at me? What does it look like to me? I think you asked the 2.0. It looks like we have to grow up, and there are going to be certain things when you're growing up, even when you're older, that are painful and that you might not want to adjust to quickly. But everybody kind of adjusts. So I agree with Mr. Thompson. For one person, you can't affect an entire area, because at the end of the day, for me in particular, is public safety. If a child has a safer route to get to school, we could save a child that a person doesn't see them coming out of their driveway because there's a sidewalk there, then you know there's like the sidewalk, just visually when you're backing out, you know there's a sidewalk. Sidewalk triggers that people are walking. Just like when you see a ball rolling, you know there's children there because there's a ball, right? So, or adult, or anything. So those are things that are, in my opinion, common sense. So I would be 100% behind. I don't need to even check the area. I don't need to check the area, because at the end of the day, my job is to save lives by public policy and by public safety. And you're always going to have those individuals that don't want it in their backyard, and they are going to be the first ones on the sidewalk, the first ones on the coffee shop, and the first one hopefully, riding either a tricycle or a bicycle or something else.
Mr. Richter, yeah.
Absolutely, there are places that scare me as a biker, that when I'm riding either on the sidewalk or adjacent, if there's no bike lane or something like that, where the sidewalk just ends. Obviously, the Camino Real has been talked about significantly on the east side of the bridge, where if you really just spend a little time there, to Mr. Thompson's point, I think it's like 5 properties. If it's 4 or 5, and it's actually the side of their property, so it's almost like a space that's even not, let's say, significantly utilized. So, kind of doing those connective things, these small little connections of sidewalk or could lead to really big victories in terms of public safety. Obviously we talked about it significantly at the last or 2 meetings ago in terms of bikes and e-bike safety, and especially these young children, they use the sidewalks for their bicycles, and the ones that are going slower and younger, of course they should. The e-bikes that are too fast, that's a different story. But the fact is, when the sidewalk just ends, we are, I don't want to say we, the collective we, the community is creating a dangerous situation because you're making them make essentially a life or death decision, right? Okay, I'm going to have to get into the road now with cars because there's no sidewalk anymore, to whether I have to walk in it to school or, walk in it if I'm elderly, or walk in it or, use my bike. So in terms of that basic connectivity, I mean, yeah, in terms of implementing it, I know there's a cost. We talk about that. These are major, major cost things. And just adding another layer to the ISIP program, it's like, okay, and now let's do every sidewalk over, just makes, the cost, significantly more. So I think, there's probably a hybrid approach, to that, or you have some quick wins and some big picture things, dealing with arteries first. But certainly the connectivity of those things is critical, and it solves lots of things.
Great, we appreciate the council's confirmation of the policy. That's where we're going to continue. And I should emphasize that our approach is not scorched earth with homeowners. If we can work around a tree, we work around a tree. If we need to replace some shrubbery, we replace the shrubbery. It's not, sorry, we're coming through with a bulldozer.
Thank you.
Okay.
Further questions on this, or?
Please.
Sorry. I think Mr. Shad's question, I'm sorry, the scorched earth. Sorry. The question that Mr. Shad had related to, in existing communities that are not going to change that much, what was your question? Was how are we going to maintain their quality of life if there's not going to be?
Well, I mean, I think the idea would be to enhance, like there's not going to be the complete absence of change. Sure. So what does need enhancement in terms of those areas that are not going to see wholesale change?
This may be an easy answer when we're doing already, but it's, to me, I think of when the community 25 miles to the south of us had some deferred maintenance issues a few years ago. It hit a neighborhood that was a well-settled, well-established, very proud neighborhood. So continuing to make sure that we are proactive in our maintenance on things like the basics that city government provides, I think, is an absolute must on that. And that's not to suggest, and this goes back to my comments yesterday, it's not to suggest that we're not doing that.
Of course.
But I would want to place, at least for me, an enhanced amount of focus on making sure that that happens in those neighborhoods. Because while they may not be seeing those kinds of changes to their neighborhoods, they do expect for the variety of services that we provide to be up to the level of what they've grown to expect. And we've been good at delivering over the course of decades.
I think, too, that we've been good in cooperating with our utility partners. Florida Power and Light is doing, significant undergrounding activity right now. And we have facilitated that with them and coordinated that with the ISIP that's following, et cetera. So, I think those kinds of positive changes are happening in the established neighborhoods and will help them to remain established. The only thing I would add that I think we can do to enhance the quality of life in any neighborhood is to add more trees.
I might also invite Chief Trainer and Chief Muscio to add any comments around what could be enhanced to help the safety of those neighborhoods, if anything at all.
Are you referring to building the new sidewalks or quality
In
of
general.
life in general? It's kind of like me. I just keep saying, it's kind of like Councilwoman Drucker with what she's looking for vibrancy. I'm looking for safety, and I'm looking for when we have open areas where a vehicle can drive through, where we have a lot of people congregating, we need to make sure that we put something out there to prevent a vehicle from doing that, whether it's decorative bollards or whatever it is. That's one of our biggest fears is vehicle-borne attacks.
And to further expand on that a little bit as well, I mean, anytime we can have children or anyone off a roadway walking and on a sidewalk is much safer for us as well. I mean, for the public health part of it as well, and things we respond to. So, yeah, I mean, that's always a good thing.
And finally, with regards to maintenance programs, it's not just for infrastructure. I would invite Mr. Stevens to talk about, especially in those neighborhoods where not a ton of change may happen, but are there things that require maintenance or other considerations?
There's maintenance, obviously, and other considerations. I mean, I think we'll be talking about that, I think, a little bit more in a slide or two. But the whole concept of the Boca 2.0 is a strong point across the board, because a lot of the things that you look at in recreational facilities in Boca, a lot of things were built 30, 40, 50 years ago. We rebuilt them, or when I say we talk about maintenance, we've maintained them, but it's been rebuilding or fixing up the same thing over and over again. So that's, some of the things we're going to see as we start going into the older parks or whatnot is having to, we talked about yesterday, maintenance versus new, but I kind of consider a middle category of modernize, which is something that may have already been there, but having to rebuild it. Again, you're seeing things that were built for a population that is no longer the population that when it was built. So maintenance and all those types of things we'll have to take into consideration, but also looking at access and dealing with a population that has grown.
Mr. Shad, anything else you need? Do you have a pretty good idea?
I'm good with these questions, yes.
Okay. Other comments? Any other comments on anything? Okay.
So I'll move on to the following slide. Oops. There we go. A couple of input and directions here on the strategic projects. The first one is regarding Sanborn Square and any direction from the City Council on design and uses at Sanborn Square going forward. And on the recreation master planning, policy direction on implementation priorities.
I'll start. We, I think, wisely deferred more decisions on Sanborn Square pending what's happening out of Leto. I would continue to defer as they're getting underway. We have a lot on our plate right now. And second, on the recreation master plan, I think it was said before, I think we've done a good job at pivoting with the new downtown needs, and I appreciate, Mr. Stevens, your balloon pressing analogy. So let's just consider the pressure there. I do think getting more empirical data, we may get some outsized vocalization of needs by some members of our community. And I think it's important to contextualize that in the actual data we're getting, so our partner can figure out what's doing there and we can figure out accordingly. And they're exploring multiple options. So keep prioritizing that, and that will drive the front of the train on rounding out the plan, but we do need to move forward with as much as we can on it. Thoughts? Ms. Drucker?
I agree. I think we talked a lot about the recreation master plan. I think we've postponed Sanborn Square I thought it was in 2027. I disagree respectfully with you, Mayor Singer, on the ballards. I think the ballards needed to be there, whether it was for the yoga or not. That's an empty, open space that if you have anything like, the parade is closed off, but there are other times that people are in there and they congregate there, whether we've given them permission or not. And it was just a good safety measure, I think, to do that. Obviously, maybe we didn't spend as, because we were thinking about redoing the park and we went back and forth, et cetera. So I think, since we didn't redo the park at that point, then it wasn't, I guess, well money spent at that point. But at the end of the day, how do you measure ROI? You can't. You can't measure people's lives. Quality of life is you have to be alive to have good quality of life. So I think putting that in there as a temporary solution, protecting the people, they're still doing the yoga there. It is extremely well attended. I think that was one of those that I agree, not everything that we hear we can take sometimes into account, because this is a very large city with a lot of different people's inputs. But in that one, I think we got it right. Even though we might have spent more money than we wanted to, I believe wholeheartedly we got that area right for now. And as you approach 2027, then we could have more directions on design and uses for the park.
Mr. Thompson, then I'll come back.
Agreed regarding Sanborn Square. Doesn't seem like the right time to be re-envisioning it. Let's wait and see what happens there first. On the recreation master plan, I think I would agree largely with what the mayor said, and I hate to bring up, it's now a study that's like 5+ years old, but the needs assessment that we did gave us a sense of who used what and how often, right? I think that should educate how we, what you're asking for here is policy direction regarding how to prioritize what gets implemented. I think that should educate how those decisions are made. Let's put in place, relocate, and create, and where necessary, facilities that are going to be used by the most number of people. They're not necessarily the loudest people or the ones who come here the most often, but the ones who will use it the most. And I would further suggest that we keep our minds open as to new ideas to be used, new ideas to be implemented at a place like, say, North Park, where it is recreation specific and there's wide open areas of land. There are interesting ideas out there about how some of these spaces could be used. It may deviate somewhat with regard to what the Beach and Park District had contemplated over the last few years, but I think it's worth keeping an open mind, both for us and for them, on what can be put there, because you have a nice, beautiful blank canvas that could provide for a lot of recreational needs for our city for a long time if we have the commitment to implementing new things there.
Anyone? Mr. Wigler?
Yeah, I agree largely with these and the comments that were said. Yeah, Sanborn Square, can it be part of a larger picture? That's important. In terms of recreational master plan, Greater Boca Park and District master planning, yeah, I mean, obviously, now that there's certainly increased coordination, certainly in the last couple of years, that's important. Just as Ms. Nakla said a couple of years ago, and certainly within the last space needs assessment, no one was talking about pickleball. And now I think we have 50 pickleball courts and our own pickleball court pavilions. So, there might need to be some updated there. But again, my concern, and I brought it up, last time tangentially, about the Boca Raton golf, and I say this in quotes, and racket club. And unfortunately there's some sarcasm there because there is no racket club there. It was grassed over, as was the pool there. I do think we do need to have a serious discussion workshop on how much public dollars we want to spend in a golf course that's not in the city. And the thought process at the time, I got it. It was a quote gift, but as they say, beware of free gifts, because it's not that free. And a better place. I get it. We don't want to have two golf courses that are both losing money, but a better place for a world-class golf course would be this North Park. And, I cannot see spending a lot of taxpayer dollars when we have all these other critical things. I cannot currently appreciate spending a lot of tax dollars in the golf and racket club, renovating or enhancing that place right now, given all the other critical needs, and also the negative ROI that's looked at in annexing it into the city. If it's not worth it to annex in the city, how is it worth it for it to be the city's best golf course? I'm struggling with that being the future of golf in Boca Raton when I'm looking at this plan right here.
Thank you. Just a couple comments. So on Sanborn Square, I also think it just needs to be part of the bigger picture, and I was all for it getting revitalized prior to, but I understand with with everything going on Federal Highway and in downtown, what I do think it needs, and staff already addressed it, was the palm trees are past their useful life and they don't really provide any kind of shade canopy. But staff's already on top of that. And yeah, just keeping the activation going and eventually connectivity to the government, whatever we do over there. So, just keeping all of that activated and safe as much as we can, and then eventually the connectivity, making it safer. So, Mr. Wigder, you talked about the golf that's city golf but not in the city, and you said something about beware of free gifts, and there's a line out of the Social Dilemma documentary that was on a few years ago, and if you're not paying for a product, you are the product, and that's the other thing, beware of what you get for free. So, you know, I said what I said about the recreation master plan, and I do also appreciate the squashing thing, but again, I really, you know, you're going to have it, the plan is to have it in July, and you have the consultant, so we'll wait until then, but hopefully in July we really see the robust, really well thought out plan that we are ready to move ahead with. So, and I know we can't see into the future of what we need and what racket sports or, you know, other kind of sports are coming down the pike, but I know we'll make a really good informed decision on the information that we have.
So I'm not sure we have consensus, but I think with regards to Sanborn Square, the decisions are being deferred until 2027 because they're a part of a bigger picture. Is that right? Did I miss something?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Or at least 2027. I wanted to go after the Aledo project and as that unfolds, and that's probably the same timing. Yes.
Okay. And then the consensus on the recreation master plan is to wait for July.
No, I would not say that. I would say staff should continue to, as they are doing, evaluating what we can now, or at least maybe I'm saying this, articulating it for the first time. Staff should continue to evaluate what it's been doing right now on the downtown needs that are impacted, because that's going to be the leading edge of that. If we're going to get the whole plan in July, okay. If we can't accelerate it, that's when it is. It's not that far off, but I think we've already done well in assessing skateboard, softball, and we're doing tennis. So that covers those needs. That's my perspective. Ms. Drucker.
Can I just say, if we're going to get the plan, and I agree sooner than later, but maybe we wait till everybody's back, because if they're going to present to us something in July and there's a workshop, most families are not here. Kids are, like, people are going to have input into the parks. Maybe we wait till like our first meeting in August to have like a formal presentation or update. I mean, keep working on the plan, keep doing all your due diligence, but July meetings are not like well attended. We all know that, especially that we're moving this meeting. We moved this meeting up as well for this July, for our July meetings. So I think that any kind of big presentations, in my opinion, should hold off to August when everybody's back in this area for input and for many reasons.
May I suggest instead a compromise where we get the plan in July, at least we get the info, we can discuss it. Doesn't preclude our having a later discussion in August, but given the impact it has having on other things, I think if it's ready and ripe, and some of us want it even earlier, I'd say let's at least get briefed, and then we can decide what to do if we're going to follow up.
We can get it, but we want input from the community.
Of course.
On something of that nature is really important.
Oh,
it'll avoid us a lot of things moving forward.
Agreed, certainly. So it was, but I think we might give two opportunities then.
Perfect.
Great.
Even better.
Right. Further thoughts?
Yes, Mr. Stevens.
So just a couple of things, just to clarify. So what we're looking to get in July is actually going to be conceptual plans. Several of the parks were having 2 to 3 conceptual plans put together for the areas that we mentioned in the last update. We'll then have a recommendation based on those conceptual plans of how we would like to proceed. So that's what we'll be bringing to you. The plans we're expecting to have sometime in July, have the recommendations probably for the end of the month, but as far as presentations, we'd probably be looking at your meetings in August. So just to put the timeline together there. Just a couple of quick thoughts. Some of these things have been said in bits and pieces, or some of them may be slightly repeating. But just a preliminary looking at the rec master plan. Again, what's in the downtown relates to and impacts the amenities in the rest of the city. We said again, strong impact, very much connected to each other. Amenities in the downtown are also not just for the people in the downtown. It was mentioned before. One of the plans that we've seen from Tara Frisbee talks about an indoor basketball court. Okay, somebody may look at a basketball court, and in their mind they see a basketball court with a goal on each end. When I look at a basketball court, I see a court with a goal on each end, but I see 2 sets of goals that crisscross coming across the plane for people to practice on. When I see those 4 goals on the side, I see a younger kids basketball league playing on those courts, that it's not just 1 court, now it's 2 courts. And when you have 2 courts of games going on, you have 2 more courts, 2 more games of kids showing up. So now you have 4 teams instead of 2. I'm sorry, you have, 2 instead of 4, or 8. But you're looking at a larger number of people who are coming down to use that facility. So that's something we have to look at, not just in the downtown, but all of our parks, at what is the capacity. We have to start designing for capacity of the use, the population that we're dealing with now. One of the early feedbacks that we were getting from our consultant on our parks is that we are under-parked. We have less parking in every park than we should have. Based on the modern population, we don't have enough parking almost anywhere. And again, that's because these parks were built 30, 40, some of them 50 years ago, and whatnot. Times have changed. We have a lot more users. That's something else that we have to address, and that's something else we're working on. We've talked about the configuration of what we're putting in. Again, what direction makes a big difference, north, south versus east, west. The types of amenities, clay court versus hard court, makes a difference in the people that are using the amenities. And also the number of facilities. Sometimes it's not always just about the number of people who use a facility, but it's the number of facilities that it takes to make usable sense of programming of a facility. For example, tennis, you can have 6, but when you play tennis leagues in the mornings and the evenings, they take up 6 courts. It's traditionally the way things are set up. If you only have 6, you're very limited with what you can do. So typically you don't build 6, typically you have a few more. So we have to look at, again, how many types of courts are we putting, where are we putting them, what directions they're facing. We have to design and look at the cost of maintenance and operation, because it's not just where we build the facilities and how we build them, but if we take an amenity and we split it in half and build it in 2 parks, we now have to staff and maintain amenities in 2 different parks that we're doing in 1 now. So we're doubling our cost of operation and maintenance. Those are big things we have to look at for the long term. And again, goes back to talking about maintenance facilities. We are taking things from the downtown, pushing things into parks that we're happy to have them in, but the maintenance structures that are put up in a lot of these parks that are strained and stressed, a lot of our maintenance facilities are 30 and 40 years old that haven't been built over in that at the same time. There's an old saying in recreation that maintenance isn't sexy. It's not a playground. It's not a new amenity. It's not something people get to play with, but it's something that we have got to have in order to put these facilities in the parks. And our clientele has very high expectations. We talked about the fields and having dirt patches in the goal areas. It's not acceptable. And we struggle with some of our parks in those areas, but I think we do a pretty good job overall. Those are all things that we have to take into consideration. And again, you look at South Beach Park, Woodlands Park, Lake Wyman, Meadows Park. Go into the parks and take a look. As I came up through working in recreation, I grew up in Boca. All the years I worked for the city, we were always supposed to be cutting edge. We were always supposed to be ahead of everybody else. We were always supposed to be the ideal place for parks and recreation. And in a lot of ways we are, but we're not that way in all of our locations. And that's where, as we're looking back at our park structure and overall, it's through the rec master plan, through the campus plan, and looking at it. But it's a big picture, but it's something that affects the entire city, and there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle. So, thank you.
May I just thank you, Mr. Stevens. You outlined that very well. I'd say this. We already yesterday said it's important to maintain our facilities. I don't know at what point you're going to have to choose on how you move forward with one or another, but I'd say some of the guidance, at least for me, some of the guidance that we've given in terms of ROI, number of people impacted, may provide a useful measuring stick as you're trying to prioritize what over what. And you do raise some good points about putting different types of recreation uses in multiple locations as opposed to one. So I know we've done well, DeHornley, for example, clustered. That's probably a good ROI to keep thinking about things, because not every park will have everything. Well, we have 49 different ones of them. You can't have every sport times 49. Thank you. Further thoughts?
Okay. Mr. Shad, do you have what you need in understanding to move forward?
I'm good if the rest of the staff feels the same.
Mr. Stevens? Okay. That concludes number 6. So we are in the home stretch. We will move on to transportation and mobility. I will turn it over to Mr. Beer. who's the lead for this focus area.
Good to go?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Odd to do an introduction as the last strategic focus area, but I do think after the conversation, I've had plenty of time to consider all the other dialogue and how that is part of transportation and mobility. And I think my intro would be, I'm very humbled from Public Works and staff working on the strategic focus area, because even throughout all the other elements, I got to hear transportation mobility, how it weaves through the rest of our strategic focus areas, and just how important it is to the city. So I just did some really quick math, and I've heard it in other places, so I don't get to take credit for it. But the right-of-way is the largest piece of developable real estate in the city. Generally speaking, when I did it, it's very rough math, but something like 3,700 acres total. So that's about 10 times the downtown area, and probably part of why there's so much to debate and discuss about how we utilize our right-of-way space. So starting with that premise, from TM, the Strategic Focus Area team, we had several people engage as we had the dialogue with our core team and subject matter experts, and then certainly brought in everybody from the city staff to deliberate on our transportation needs. Some of our goals and objectives is to provide a well-connected and comprehensive transportation mobility network that links hubs of activities and commerce serving the entire Boca Raton community. And our strategic accomplishments, we had the benefit of also having the downtown campus master plan and tri-rail development. So those were our transportation-oriented communities, jointly taking credit for that with quality of life. And then the code amendments and projects. So mixed-use multifamily developments, commercial industrial multifamily development, planned mobility developments, and enhanced mobility development. So those things where we really leverage our cooperation with the community to be able to enhance transportation and connectivity. Then a big component that I would say has moved through the stages of kind of early conception, and really the Vision Zero action plan is nearly complete. We've already seen some of the benefits of going through that process. And I think we'll continue to, I'll get into the Vision Zero elements as I move through the presentation, and then also having our demonstration and kicking off the process. Palmetto Park Road walkability study, we have our initial recommendations presented, and then our task order is underway to take on certain enhancements at that location. But I think really as we talk about Sanborn Square and use some of those other discussion points, the campus master plan was an emergent opportunity to seize by the city. And so with that, Palmetto Park Road East, I think, is really informed by a lot of the activities on the west side of the tracks, and having staff focus on that as we go through and develop that project. And then the Boca Connect pilot program, I continue to see emails and responses about people utilizing it. Of course, as there is with any service, we hear feedback from customers, but overwhelmingly, I hear the benefits that people are seeing from it and the opportunity it's providing for them to go out and enjoy our downtown. And with that, we also successfully expanded service to the beach, and we're in communications with Guidant, which will be upcoming as a possibility to engage with an autonomous vehicle to start with a very small pilot program because there's a lot of permitting associated with that, and then utilize that to expand it to other areas and additional connectivity in the downtown. I would like to note as well, with Boca Connect, that is our on-demand service, and staff very frequently in the transportation group debates the benefits of the connected service and the on-demand versus a fixed route, right? With the development, a lot of the early cities, you had the trolleys and other things that kind of went out of fashion. And then now with connected vehicles and still fixed routes, if you're getting ready to get up and get your kids and go to work, a fixed route offers a opportunity to have consistency to be able to expect transportation at a certain time. So while we see the benefits of both, it's something as we think about that longer term, bigger picture of what might it look like in 2030 or 2040, certainly a topic for consideration. So transit-oriented community and connecting hubs in Boca Raton. I give credit to Councilmember Wigner for that. He's really stuck in my mind from the perspective of the hubs, right? Because certain places and destinations have kind of dense elements where it's centrally located. I think one of the cool things about Boca Raton is different hubs and districts in different locations. The mall, the downtown, FAU, the beach, all of those elements that people move from one area to another. So I brought up on the screen the map of our Brightline station and our Tri-Rail station, and then our one main bus district hub at outside of Town Center Mall. And really just a visual of, we have the transit-oriented communities that are developing around those two areas, but then what does it look like to continue to connect our transit hubs and really enhance transportation within the overall city, thinking about the districts or the different modes of transportation. So first question to council is there any other input for staff in transit-oriented communities in Boca Raton?
We had mentioned it, maybe it was yesterday, the concept of transit-oriented developments or communities don't necessarily have to be around train stations. They can be around more than that. Have we given any thought to any of the high-capacity, say, bus stops or terminals that are within the city that may be suitable for a TOD or TOC?
And anybody else can comment? No. So just opining on that, certainly staff has had that dialogue. And I think one of the elements that, or for just consideration, is the combination of the benefits that we would see with that. So as staff develops the citywide transportation master plan, I think that happens at a higher level because just kind of talking about some of the challenges we've seen on the transportation mobility front is the defunding at the federal level. So I think that's going to be some headwinds that we're going to experience. And then additionally at the state level, there's been, if anybody's reading the news reports about Tri-Rail and some of the funding challenges that they're seeing, even PalmTran and the FDOT have all identified some funding gaps in the near future. And so I think from a more that connected transportation and looking as staff evaluates those options, that's a county level, a community part where we partner with other agencies to be able to make that happen. So I think that's one of the challenges that we've looked at.
May I follow up? Have we identified any locations in particular? I have one that I remember I see all the time as being a high frequency bus station. It's near the mall. Have we considered that as something that would be meriting a TOD around it, given the volume that goes through there?
Yeah, absolutely. Both that and over at Camino. So both of those locations have certainly been identified. If we were to expand beyond PalmTran service, are certainly areas where there's well-established routes and transit that's identified at those locations.
Further thoughts?
Could I add a comment? I think about US 1 when I think about a place that, more density, more redevelopment of a type that would support transit might be appropriate. I think we're waiting, unfortunately, on higher levels of government in some cases. There's a plan by the TPA to have bus rapid transit on Federal. We don't actually know if it's going to happen, right? The Tri-Rail Coastal Link is something that for the 20 plus years I've lived in Florida, I've been hearing is coming, but it's not here. Is it coming? I think we should think about, would it be helpful to think in terms of land use planning for those things that we believe are coming or might be more likely if we were to have more transit supportive land use, just as an idea.
Ms. Rucker, then. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Singer. So just to go on wearing my TPA, my TPA hat, yeah, there's a lot of discussion, and I mean, the BRT is in Miami-Dade. They're getting ready to open their second phase of BRT. There's talks about, obviously, the East Coast. They just got their funding for that. The difference between Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach is they have a surtax. We in the county do not have a surtax, which is why the county, I believe, I mean, I'm just speculating, has gone out to do this mass transportation plan for all 39 cities in the county, because we're all so vastly different, right? We're so fortunate because we have 2 rails and we have an airport. I mean, we're just very cutting edge in terms of transit and different modes of transportation than the west and our rural areas of other cities. So I think we're going to get that report's going to be coming out, and like Mr. Beer said earlier today, everybody is inputting their information into that, and then there's going to be, this plan that they're going to come up with. And I think, and with hopes to try to get certain individuals, certain private entities on board to try to get some kind of surtax. We know that in any city that has this kind of mobility, whether it's, surtax, I'm sorry, whether it's a half penny, a full penny, or whatever pennies they are, they're going right to transit, and that's how they've been able to implement this, because the cities are losing money. Like you said, there's a lot of talk about whether it's Tri-Rail, whether we talk about private as well, Brightline, whether we talk about Amtrak, which is also, we don't have a stop here, but we have one to our sister in Del Rey, a sister, like next door, or, a sub-sister city. Del Rey has a stop. It goes all the way to Tampa. A lot of conversation around rail, on, locally, county-wise, tri-county, and also at the state and federal level. So I wouldn't say we're going to go ahead and just stay away from all of that. I think we need to plan with that in mind, that the business community and the public sector really wants to see more money be put into these transportation opportunities, because when people are coming here, that's one of the areas of deficiencies, is that we don't have enough transit for a lot of the people that are coming. They want more ways to move around, and companies make decisions based on certain things like that. So I think that the BRT is something that they're still looking at. For sure, Coastal Link is something that there's an actual study, and I think ours is off of Glades. I think it goes west to east, and we could get more information from TPA. But it's still things that we should definitely keep on our radar, in the back of our mind when we're planning. I agree with what you're saying with US 1. A lot of the transit-oriented communities that are built in Miami are around that area. Like, they're already positioned in that area. So I think that just keeping that, as long as we're keeping that in the back of our mind, there are things being done to try to push this. To Mr. Beer's point in terms of federal funding, as we speak right now, tomorrow, big day for federal funding for transportation. The Transit Authority is going before Congress to present their part of the reconciliation bill, and there's just a lot of things that are happening. So if you're listening to this meeting, write to your Congress person, man, woman, to tell them to reauthorize the funding for transit, for rail, for federal funding to come into the state so that it could go to the counties. Very, very important. So a lot of things that are still in flux.
Oh, it's an opportunity it's a tiny bit off topic, but adding, when we're talking about the surtax, it was important, as I discussed with staff, important for me to bring up just really quick some numbers from some data from 21 through 25. We had the Palm Beach County penny surtax, which was an incredible benefit to our community. Overall, generally, again, estimates in the $65 million. Starting in 21, our department was able to budget $20 million, then $6 million, $7 million, $7 million, and $4 million in 2025. So that fund is reaching the end of its life, and so we have about $3 to $5 million remaining that we're going to utilize. But I think from some of the hard decisions that we're going to have to make on either maintenance or some of the new pursuits, that funding won't become available. The county didn't pursue it in this last round, and I'm not sure what the strategy is. But from the city perspective, that is something that we're considering as we look at different opportunities and things related to our overall CIP and especially transit.
Yeah, thank you. Can you go back to slide 4, the previous slide? Yeah, I love this. Thank you, Zach, for putting the map up there so we could visualize the city a little bit, and you could see the organic development as the city's expanded, the nodes, how they expand, and and your point of the mall being potentially that third node of connectivity for intra-city connectivity, I think is very thoughtful. When we did the 4035 zoning, this is years ago, and really what's happened with the planned mobility zone is more of a, the old zoning was that there's a commercial zone and you have to build office buildings in this zone, and the residential zone and you have to build housing in this zone. But what the downtown and what the planned mobility and what even Live Local is moving towards is more of a form-based code, is where, where the city's not so much dictating the uses as it is dictating the intensity, right, of what's supposed to be there. And likewise, what you could see from something like this is that the intensity of the, of that midtown, it's ready to start to turn into a transit-oriented community with a mixture of uses, not dictated by by the zoning code or but dictated towards the market, and being more open to a mixture of uses. I think it's a couple of years ago already. I think it was the mayor at the Renaissance Hotel, if you remember that. He said, "Oh, there's we're having a renaissance in the Midtown district now." When they renovated that hotel, this is last year, or a couple of years ago, or whenever it was. And then, of course, Restaurant Row opened up, and we could see that's happening now. And so us embracing that with allowing more of a transit-oriented community in that area, and getting the private sector to participate is going to help that grow into a node, and then maybe we could do some intra-city connectivity. If it's a penny surtax that we have to depend on, I don't know about that. It's probably more likely, in this current cycle, that we could depend on the private sector adding to our tax base to help pay for some of those. So in terms of a thought process there. But to your other point, in terms of some like the trolley system, like there's some fixed dependency that the trolley is going to be circulating, and I can certainly see something like that once the downtown campus is done too, is that there should just be some dependent circulator happening, and in towns it's happening again. It's right, it's a renaissance of that also. So I could see us looking into kind of completely different types, including old types of transport, including the quote trolley service or the gondola service or whatever it's going to be. So just being creative and innovative in reusing the way that things used to be, reinventing them, could be a way that we transform our future too. So yeah, exciting stuff. But this is great. Thank you. Are you asking for Mr. Beer to look into those other things in lieu of the surtax? Well, I think the surtax is something that's, quote, out of our control, right? Uh-huh. So I think it's not in lieu of, but it's, the idea is we're going to have to plan. We have to plan with certain things that the federal government gives us or doesn't give us, and work with what we have as well.
I would just note, I think that's why I brought up yesterday about our continued partnership. And I think it's more of us continuing our partnership with the county and developing that relationship with both the TPA, or all three, TPA, county, and the state. And then being prepared with our city transportation plan to really inform those agency partners of what the city of Boca Raton needs. So I think that is an important component to prepare ourselves in the event that those opportunities are available.
If I may, I just wanted to share my experience in Broward County with their transit fee. In Broward County, they are the marriage to the extraordinarily large bus system, that if you see more than 5 or 10 people on any bus at any given time is surprising. And the amount of land that you have to dedicate to a typical bus stop in the public realm is frankly ridiculous. And so you have these half-empty or three-quarter empty buses that are dictating, and particularly around Young Circle in the core of downtown, the amount of land that they want, even today, for this bus system that they utilize. I don't know what percentage of the transit fee is committed to those, frankly, antiquated systems. So I hope that in Palm Beach County, and I'm obviously not familiar with PalmTran and what they're doing these days, but I can only hope that they are being a little more nimble and being open to other methods besides the extraordinarily large, 60-foot turning radii buses that they continue to be married to in Broward County.
Mayor Singer?
Ms. Nicholas didn't go yet, so. All right, Ms. Brucker.
So just to answer to your question, so they are getting away from the antiquated type of bus systems with what Mr. Shad mentioned, which is the BRT, which is the bus rapid transit. If you haven't had the opportunity to go to Miami-Dade, I'm sure they would put a tour for some of the individuals. They have dedicated bus lanes on the transit-oriented corridors where people are using this to move around. You have to have certain type of transportation to move people around. You can't keep building up and building out and not have effective ways of moving people. So I understand that maybe Broward is behind because we don't have a BRT there, but in Miami, they're going into phase 2. So basically they took away some of their rail, which is all the way on Federal, runs all the way on US 1, parallel to the train above and the underline, what they're calling now. And you see the buses. There's a dedicated lanes just to the bus. And you see the sites. It's kind of like a tri-rail for buses. And it's moving around effectively, efficiently, consistently, people to and from jobs, school, and health centers. Because the population there is so large, they weren't able to be moving people around. And that's what they've come out. And they've been ahead of us because I believe they've had the half-penny tax for way over 20-something years. Then Broward followed. So I think that as this evolves with all the partners in the county, you're going to see more ways of effectively using transit. The goal for me as a policymaker will always be to push transit, whether I sit here, sit elsewhere. How to move people efficiently, effectively, consistently throughout the state, throughout all roads. Not to do away with transit, because we don't have enough roads to support that. So I think that Broward might be that case, but that's not where a lot of the different, not only Dade, but in other parts of the state and in the country, they're moving towards kind of these BRTs that are running. And they're also, some of them are multi-purpose lanes. So you could switch them into, like, at the heavy vehicles, they're like either one way or you'd switch them off, and they're two ways. And then sometimes when the buses are not running as much, they close them off to the pedestrians and the bicycle. Again, if we want to be innovative and visionary, we got to think big and bold of how we're using our different transit systems.
Sorry, I was just going to note as well, there is a place many Floridians go that some people term as magical, that I always find entertaining because it's an incredible place to see a true visionary, right? And, people frequently complain about certain modes of transportation, and they go and give large sums of money to do what? To get on a rapid transit bus, get on a gondola, get on a boat, get on a tram, get on a monorail, and go move, because they move hundreds of thousands of people daily. And I think, because I'm originally from the Midwest, and I go back home, and there's just not the densities and the volumes. So I think understanding South Florida and the volume of people that will need to be moved over time and planning for that 2040, I do think looking at somebody who truly was visionary, it's not going to happen immediately, but understanding those elements is a good ideal of how to move a lot of people.
They also sell a lot of merchandise too, which is a visionary idea as well.
Boca branding.
Ms. Nicholas.
Thank you. I'll note a couple things. So as far as any other comments regarding around TOCs, with our Boca Connect fleets, I would say we should increase our fleets with the bigger, they're not the buses, Mr. Cameo, need the 60-foot radius, but they do carry 12 to 14 people. And, similar to our shuttle program that we use now, but we can make it part of the Boca Connect fleet. And I think, especially if we go out to Midtown and have, a TOC out there. And I would also just keep, I know you already do it, but just to keep on the developers that they need to have the safe routes to to transit bike lanes and sidewalks that we already have. They need to be able to connect to what we already have. And it might mean going a little further off of their property, and I don't know how you do that, but a sidewalk to nowhere doesn't do anybody any good. A bike lane to nowhere doesn't do anybody any good. And, you know, I've ridden all the bike lanes around the city, and yes, I've come into some of those high-stress areas where I didn't know that the bike lane was ending. On Airport Road going north towards Glades from Spanish River, I'll be on the north side, and all of a sudden the bike lane ends, but then there's one little spot further ahead where you can cross the street and then keep going. And on Palmetto Park Road, when I was coming east to west, you know, I didn't realize that I had to get over to the shared use path on the south side, and I ended up between the on and off ramps on Palmetto Park Road. So, you know, just demanding that that these communities are built with connectivity to our existing transit bike lane sidewalks. And I know you already are doing that or starting to do that, but I would just keep hammering at that.
Certainly. Just two quick comments on that. And one, I was going to bring her up earlier, but I think that incremental approach is pretty incredible. She's still around. Her name's Joy Puerta, but she was a zealot for modes of transportation long before it was cool, and really implemented and just was absolutely tenacious about sidewalks, and implemented elements where redevelopment, even single-family homes, had to do a sidewalk as they went. And incrementally, you got to see built out of sidewalk networks. So it's a balancing act, because I think there are certain elements that even we want a developer to come in, we don't want to throw out the benefit that we get by wanting a whole. And sometimes building it out piecewise is also a good way to have the private sector participate in those activities. So we try and delicately balance that, but I do think from a perspective there's a challenge there. It opens the opportunity to ask a question for council from a policy perspective. Is a lot of what I've heard is complete streets and the modes of transportation, and I think one of the elements that's very challenging for us is focusing on trying to do that everywhere, or bifurcating those elements, right? When you look at how I-95 has developed, and our arterials and our minor collectors, and then residential roadways, sometimes I do see staff struggling with focusing on trying to get a win everywhere, whereas we have the El Rio, and I think we have some of our shared use paths. And so getting right to the question is, should we be focusing on connecting our network and trying to build that pedestrian and bicycle network, or trying to build out the complete streets everywhere?
I haven't spoken yet, and could you put this slide 5 back up, please? Because I didn't answer that question first. Let me answer your latest one first. I think it goes back to what we kind of agreed upon, maintain what we have. I think we've got good bones with some of those things, and what we've even heard with Ms. Nacklis's comment and others said we need to finish off the connectivity. I would finish off those and deprioritize new routes, because we're still getting people on those primary routes, in that you probably get better ROI there. Going back to this, I'd say it relates to, and I kind of lost the thread of the question because we kind of veered off many places. On TOCs, I think you're doing well. I think we identified some of the other problems. I think it comes back to ROI, going back to even the point about the Boca Connect downtown. We engaged in a pilot program. You said the opportunities for federal and state funding are drying up. They may be. We had a win recently with $3-for-$1 on our expansion here. I would look at ROI where you can. What other money can we get? And then what portion, how much do we have to spend for the number of people served, the number of businesses served, and what other alternatives there are? And because we got 3-for-1, I was more swayed by that project. With the Boca Connect, let's see where the data actually show. We'll have more of that feedback back, and because there's different measures to employ, but they're all kind of solving the same thing. The vehicle may look different, but it's the same type of measurement, and you can understand those things. Finally, it would be nice, just as employers here participate in that shuttle. I think when we talked about Boca Connect now, and we talked earlier on, it was trying to get the private sector to come on board. They did that with the downtowner. They didn't continue with the downtowner. Tampa threw a lot of money at them, and they decamped. we're going to have to evaluate the sustainability of our investment in something like that that competes with the private sector and really could use some private sector support.
And just noting for those who might be not familiar, you're talking about the Tri-Rail connection with the combination of Palm Tran, FDOT, and the city?
I am. Thank you for clarifying.
Excellent, yeah.
Mr. Thompson.
Your most recent question related to the contrast between either finishing the existing trail networks, right, or trying to get wins in the implementation of complete streets everywhere. Did I understand that question more or less right?
That's correct.
Okay. I agree that the trail network should be completed, but remember the whole point of complete streets is it's not simply for bicyclists it's for everybody. The whole complete streets are for everybody. They're for people pushing baby strollers or for people in wheelchairs. And while having a good and connected trail network is important, I don't want to lose sight of the importance of complete streets everywhere. And that's an accessibility thing too. We want every neighborhood, to the extent we can, and I recognize that's an aspiration, but we want to have everybody have access to that, not just folks who are driving to a trail network to go ride their bike or to go run there. I would love for every neighborhood to have those kinds of elements everywhere. I know that's, again, an aspiration, but I don't want to lose sight of that because to me it's an accessibility thing and I want to have everybody have a chance to partake in that without having to go to a trail in some other part of the city.
Can I just summarize real quick? What I think I just heard, Mr. Thompson, is complete streets take a priority over the trail network.
I'm not sure I would go quite that far.
Okay.
It is completing the trail
Yes,
network
and?
is good, but I don't want it to be exclusive to the resources to be dedicated exclusively to that, and then for us to de-emphasize or deprioritize the need for complete streets everywhere eventually, right? That's the goal, at least to enhance our complete street portfolio, let me put it that way. I would like to see our complete street portfolio be more robust.
And I'll summarize mine. I may be the reverse of that, or maybe it's similar, but I'll be more blunt. If you have to prioritize between the two, I'm not saying 100%, 0%, but I put the majority on the existing network, knowing that we already have complete streets in the queue that are planned for. Federal Highway, a complete streets project that's already in the queue and largely funded, correct?
That's correct.
So like that's the next expansion. If you're talking expansions beyond that, I think it's more where and how many people. But I know I feel like we have a little bit to do to finish off what's there. That's where I would prioritize more. I don't know the percentage breakdown between 51 and 100 if I had to decide.
No, point taken, yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Drucker, oh, please.
Yeah, so we definitely don't have consensus.
Yeah. Ms. Drucker?
We don't have consensus, because here we go again. The clarity has to go. So we adopted a Vision Zero policy that led to our first grant for Safe Streets for All that we're working with our Vision Zero action plan. And Zach, jump in, because if I have the timing incorrect. Then we adopted complete street policy, and that, a lot between the Vision Zero and the complete street policy, why we got the additional $4.3 million. In order to continue on our grant journey, and there is money that I know that one just opened that I know we're not ready to apply because where we're at with our other grants, there's still money there from federal government that's going to be getting, and this is where we're making the improvements. You have to go the other way. Yes, I believe you have to connect the bike network. Of course, that's a priority. We've been speaking, but you have to try to do complete street policy throughout the city. That should be at the forefront because it should be for all. That's why it's called the Safe Streets for All. It's for all people, whether you're on a bike, whether you're walking, whether you're in a wheelchair, whether you're in a stroller, whether you're in a dog stroller. So it's to protect all. So I think for me, the vote would be continue. Go ahead.
Oh, I apologize because I do want to add a point of clarification there. And I think the mayor picked up on it. I didn't identify it. From a complete streets policy perspective, we're not moving away from that or backing off of it. I think it's just as we're looking at pursuing different projects from the city's perspective, like from the developer perspective, we're implementing complete streets when we go through the review process. We're looking at that. We're participating. I think it's from some reimagining some of our existing corridors. There's elements on the trail in our upcoming CIP projects, and there are elements where staff has the opportunity to try and do a remix on an existing corridor, and I think that's more of the specific question I'm asking.
Wait, without knowing specifics, I think that any time that you're looking at a potential project or the trail for sure that we're building on the trail, because we just approved townhomes on the trail and people are using the trail, you're trying to get people over the trail, absolutely pursue complete streets policy where we have. At the end of the day, when you look at complete street policies or just in general, is looking at cities that are all connected, the interweaving, and obviously it could take decades. It doesn't have to be done tomorrow, but I mean, that's very important that as you go through that process that you, for me it is, that you're looking for those areas to connect, because that's just, and if I think you said it was a trail was the first one that you mentioned, then another area or corridor, and I know we have the Northwest 6 that we've kind of pushed off for a little bit or what have you. But I mean, not knowing specific projects is hard to give you guidance, but from a policy perspective, I can tell you, oh, there they come.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I should have brought the slide up.
It's okay. I mean, again, I think that we're kind of saying the same thing, but I think the priority is try to identify where the complete, obviously developers have to abide with what and we always approve projects with complete, we try with complete streets, we want the bike racks, we want the EV chargers. We have that is that's what we should do. We have that control. In terms of us, when we're going through these phases of things, then I would absolutely encourage us to follow the policy of the complete street policy wherever possible, to connect the streets, because in the end, that's what's going to lead us to hopefully Vision Zero and to people walking more and to people being less in their cars. I mean, I guess that's kind of where it'll all lead to in the end.
And may I just jump in here with two things? One, Ms. Drucker just said, I think we're saying the same thing. And I'd like to hear from my other colleagues. I think the question that was asked was prioritizing between these two things. I think we are saying the same thing, but the points of difference are not as clear to me. I'd say let's hear from everyone, maybe table that, and get to the specifics of this and what the trade-offs are, because I think that will add some clarity and focus. You might have to ask us some pointed questions. But before we get into all of these, I would suggest, why don't we hear if my colleagues want to opine on the last question, and then we take a short break and then come back to this.
Sure.
So with that.
Yeah. I guess maybe to say it another way, and Zach, of course, you're already getting to it, which is I think we could be strategic about the shared use trail connectivity projects that we're going to focus on, but we have a policy of safe streets for all. And my feeling, at least my recollection and understanding, is that there's projects where we're doing the safe streets in terms of these specific projects that we're going to be looking at, but in terms of even, the private sector planning, that at least my understanding is that, when Brandon and his team are looking at, at site plans for developers, that it kind of has, or it requires kind of those safe streets for all and connectivity planning, objectives in mind, and he's always trying to link. He's trying, okay, how are we going to link this to the trail? How are we going to link this to the streets? How are you going to prepare this? We had that discussion a couple months ago about the buffered sidewalk in a couple locations in the city, because that's the right plan, the buffered sidewalk, as opposed to you have the two sidewalks on Yamato type thing, where the county's policy kind of conflicted a little with our more safe streets for all and proper planning policy. So I do think that you could kind of have both, but you need to be strategic about the connectivity. And obviously, I told you my thoughts. Eventually, I'd love to see that DeHornley, Banyan, military, Sugar Sand connection, to happen. And that's a strategic, right? It's that we got to get the people through there, as opposed to safe streets for all. It's like, we want a policy where this is infused into what we do, and developments are infusing into that, or connecting into this methodology, not doing things, quote, the old way. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. And I agree, Mr. Richter. I don't think it's do you want this or this? I think it's a strategy. From the time I started on council, I said I would like to see more connectivity throughout the city. And I think it's a little confusion. The El Rio Trail is not just for cyclists. I mean, I probably see more people walking than biking on it. We see when we're on our bikes, we see those, but there's so many people who live in the neighborhoods over there, who live in the townhomes over there, all the FAU students that walk back and forth. We're putting some lights on it because they walk on it at, all times of the night. And it's just a safe way, even for our FAU students, if they want to get to the downtown, having that connectivity would be another safe way for them to get downtown without having to get in their car and drive anywhere. But as far as complete streets, I brought up, as far as the neighborhoods go, and in particular for me, I always harp on 12th and Palmetto. Like, I would love to see complete streets there first, because of all the schools and because of all the people that walk to school. So I don't think it's one or the other. I do think it's prioritizing and strategizing and, doing both of those things, but, just we need to prioritize them. I want all of it.
Does that give more clarity?
What
more would you like?
I was going to say, I think there's clarity, but I think the elements that I have to couple with is the IST funding is coming to an end. The transportation, the gas tax isn't what it once was. It's kind of plateaued. And I think it's almost beneficial that Greg went first, because as much as I would like to say give Public Works all the money, there's public safety first. Obviously, that's the city's highest priority. And I think from a recreation services perspective, there is some elements of deferred maintenance that we've balanced. So I think just a general note, obviously you all haven't seen the CIP yet, but as we've responded to council's input, the current budget, as we balanced out the things that I have staff working on, transportation mobility is moving upwards of 35–40% of our overall project budget of mix. And I think that's something where, if we talk strategy and those things, I would love to do all of it now. But I think that's part of the reason I'm bringing it up from a clarity perspective, because there are, and this other phrase I don't get to take credit for, but somebody who was a long-term recreation services director from Raleigh stated, Public Works doesn't get to say no, we just say yes to something else. So I think from that, we've got the blend of all the things that need to get done, and that element from transportation mobility, it's very important. It's also important amongst the other things that are needed.
All right, thank you.
Want to take a break?
Why don't we take a break before we get to the next slide? How's 10 minutes, everyone? Or
For the
please,
break,
Mr.
just one more comment on connecting our trails. We should not, I'm not saying this is something to do this year or next year. This is down the road. We should not forget the possibility of connecting our trails by working with the Lake Worth Drainage District. There may be a possibility in the future that we can work something out so that we can revisit what we tried to do in the past and maybe actually make it happen. So that should just be we shouldn't forget about that possibility.
All right, 10 minutes, everyone. And then, because this is our last subject and we're nearing the home stretch, right, Trina?
Yes, I need some time to wrap up.
Very well. All right, 10 minutes, everyone. We'll be back. Thank you. All right. We are back at 2:45. Trina, I think where we pivoted was with Mr. Beer.
Yes, and we're going to toss the ball back to him to.
All right. Good afternoon again. That was a sports reference. That's one. We're trying to get to three. Yeah. So I think we left off before the transition to bring up a slide, and I did have just a time to reflect on it. I think important, as we talked about, not getting into the weeds. It's not a CIP discussion, and it's not a project-specific prioritization discussion, but I think an important note just from the perspective of there are some large potential capital expenditures to move our strategy forward, and noting that from our strategic perspective, the downtown campus master plan is the top priority. That is our focus, and I think staff is certainly honoring the fact that there are going to be expenditures and capital improvements that are vital to making that project a success. And then also just noting Jeffrey Street as that project as well. So those are kind of givens from the perspective of projects that staff are moving forward. And then there's the others. So we had the historical Palmetto Park Road walkability. I had brought up previously that staff has shifted focus to the campus master plan. And then the phases of the 4th and 5th Avenue. And I think the reason why I want to highlight that project is because as we see the overall road network capacity and the development of the campus, similar to how staff kind of envisioned Brightline, the use and the capacity of Brightline didn't happen instantaneously. We've seen it develop over the years as more people and the ridership has increased. So I think as staff looks at that 4th and 5th Avenue corridor, it's something where as the network is now considering the campus master plan, that's going to be an important corridor as part of that project. So I wanted to bring it up, but just also identify there's a major component to balance of our overall capital improvement. And then Vision Zero. I think there is going to be something where in the event that federal funds remain available, that's something where staff will certainly pursue that as a strategy. But if that's not as much of an availability, we will have the action plan that identifies certain capital projects or potential elements that come out of it, and staff will have to balance that with the many other needs of the department. And then we also have the east-west connectivity, the El Rio Trail Spanish River Underpass, and then previously staff brought forward through the Bike and Ped Board a list. I think the total number was somewhere around $120 million of various improvements over time that when we looked at the overall comprehensive picture. Now that would be over like a decade or multiple decades program, but I just wanted to note, because sometimes we hear from residents, okay, well, why isn't it happening now? Pointing out that there are significant numbers of priorities in the balance, and that part for discussion. So I think, then what's the question? I think the policy direction is, from staff's perspective, we have our eye on the ball. We're focused on the downtown campus master plan and really the strategic projects, and also incorporating our maintenance as we go forward. So some of these other projects may have to be pushed out a year or reprioritized in order to make sure we have full focus on those that are the top priority.
May I just start with some questions for you, Mr. Beer?
Yes.
First, because I asked you during the break when I saw this stat, this Palmetto Park Road line item here, this is talking about if some of the ideas that have been suggested by that resident and developer group, if all of those got incorporated that way with the undulating road and the one lane in each direction, that's this price tag, right?
Well, that was a full-on where, back even before that, of a full deconstruction and reconstruction of Palmetto Park Road with utility relocations and a substantial change. That was a number from previously that has been carried forward.
Right. And so, but if we did what staff has been suggesting, which is shrinking the laneage, expanding the median, doing other things to slow the traffic, there's a much lower cost for this, am I right?
Yeah, generally speaking, yes, there would be a significant reduction in the overall cost of the project.
All right, two more questions. One, when you said, is there a specific place, you meant area, topic, not geography, right?
Oh, sorry, and we haven't got to that question yet, but that specific question was, as we kind of bounced around, we answered a little bit, was when the intent of that question was, is there a specific place where transportation mobility should be a strategic focus? I think the staff's question was, is it bike focused? Is it pedestrian focused? Is it maintaining our signals and working on our moving people in intersections and our enhancements in AI and those things? All of it, staff fully recognizes that all of it is critically important. The Vision Zero task is important, but is there any area where there's a focus on the prioritization, any one of those elements that staff should identify when given the choice that is of the most priority? And I think I have the answer for the downtown, which is pedestrianism, and that pedestrian walkability is the top priority in the downtown.
Right, and then may I ask, I'll answer your question, then turn around. May I ask one more question then? You had mentioned before we broke that these mobility plans are starting to be up to 40% of our CIP. What's a benchmark from what we used to use, and what's a benchmark from where you think it would be? And I know that you're not advocating so much for your department, you're trying to manage everyone's needs. That Mr. Stevens might give a different answer. So, but what are some benchmarks we might, for his department, what are some benchmarks we might look at? Because that sounded high to me, and I thought your point was it's starting to be a higher number, certainly, than it was.
Yeah, great question. So I think generally, historically in the past, it ebbed and flowed, but I would say a rough estimate would probably be about 5 to 8% of the overall budget. So we had our traffic improvements and our other areas where we would pursue TPA grants and those things. And I think as the initiative has come forward, staff has put in an additional investment. And I think that's a challenge where what's the right number? I think it's a balance, because when we talked about that discussion about maintenance and making sure that we're staying up on our maintenance, there are things similar to what Greg pointed out. It's not always the most attractive thing to go after, but mast arms, our signal technology, our detection, ped crossings, our striping. We constantly get feedback about making sure our striping is refurbished and managing that program. So I think from that overall perspective, there's a balance over time, and that from the overall percentage, I think from some of the things from maintenance needs, my limited perspective on that from the public works perspective is I think it's at its upper limit, because there's a lot of other maintenance activities that are all very important as well.
All right, so now to answer your question, then turn it around. You weren't asking for a geographic place, you were asking more a concept, and you recognize that all of it is important, whether it's cars, it's signalization, artificial intelligence, striping, pedestrian, biking. I think it's all important. For me, it's going to come back to SWOT and ROI. We, I think, are doing well even with our federal grant and our own pilot on AI for traffic signals, and I'm thinking about the number of complaints we get and also the number of drivers, the number of people affected. Like, that seems to be a very good ROI to continue to use artificial intelligence on our system of 140 signals and to continue to try to move traffic that way, because that addresses the concerns and also ties into how we, I know that we have to do more of that now with more pedestrians, so we have to better time our lights. I think that helps further those pedestrian and bicycling goals too, as people are hitting the button. And for it's then goes back to SWOT too. Where do you get the ROI, and what are the strategic benefits to each of those things? It's hard for me to say. Weigh it. You can't say it's only pedestrian, it's only traffic, it's only cars, it's only bicycles. It's all of them. So I would say you look at where we are, the current usage, where we want to go as a trend, and what are the problem areas and where you solve them. And I'd say you identified maintenance concerns. I'd say then, obviously we have to maintain before we add new or have a lean. If that's how it goes, then, lean more on the maintenance. Unless some things tie into strategic priority, like, Jeffrey Street. It's new, but it's also something that had been sought to do for 50 years, and the North Federal Highway corridor going back 20 years. So it's rounding that out. I hope that helps somewhat.
It does, yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Drucker?
Thank you, Mayor Singer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just so that we're clear, the reason why these numbers are high is because we hadn't done anything in years towards Vision Zero or towards bike lanes or towards striping or towards delineators. So we're making up for 30 years of literally not doing anything to help this cause. I don't think 5 years before I was on the council, we even talked about bike lane, shared bike lanes, striping of bike lanes. I mean, none of that was there. So I think that we as a city, as we push forward with this strategic priority, there's going to be money that has to be spent on public safety just to get us to a better place, because it's never going to get to the next. We're never going to get to the top of the top, because there's always new improvements. The moment you've done the adaptive technology signal, then there's more. For example, with the pedestrian, there are areas where they're censored. Like when you walk up to it, you don't have to touch the button. It feels you, it's coming, it starts changing the lights. I would love to see something like that. I've talked about this here before with the railroad safety. I would love to see, there's a lot of technology around railroad safety where it gives you the countdown just like you do a pedestrian crosswalk. And in our big intersections, that would help save cars, save lives, and potentially save trains from hitting each other, because you would get the countdown where it would say, 40, 30, 25, 10 seconds stop. I know it sounds very common sense, but still people stop on the tracks and they're still trying to beat the rail, and they're still getting, in front of the trains and causing issues. So I think that the number is high, and obviously we always have to balance the maintenance. It's super important to have good infrastructure and maintenance, but we are really playing catch up in a lot of these areas. I also want to go back to something you said about Palmetto Park Road, and you keep saying, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do this. But Mayor Singer, I really want us to be able to look at, we have not as a council given direction as to what we want. We looked at two options, and there was going to be built outs, there was going to be things that were going to be demonstrated to this council. So I don't agree with you on that. So I want to make sure, and I want to state it on the record, because I think that by you saying that, you handicap the people that are actually planning, the specs of the world that are actually trying to give us the big picture. Whether we go there or not, I think it's important when we're spending taxpayer dollars that we look at all these options. And if we are already handicapping what the product is going to look like, then we should not be working with any of those individuals, and we should just leave it as it is. So if we want to be bold, we want to be visionary, we need to have them do their job, how they're going to connect the downtown campus to Palmetto Park Road and that whole area holistically, without us saying, well, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, because we as a council haven't agreed on that. At least I haven't. So I want to be very clear to staff, and maybe other people could weigh in, that everything is on the table. We have an amazing opportunity to look at the downtown and redefine what that looks like without putting such parameters around it. And that's why it goes to my beginning of the earlier in the day of this area, that now in the downtown, we're playing defense, to go back to our sports analogies. And here we have an opportunity to play offense, to do it right, to be proactive, to start looking at the areas so that we're not playing the defense that we're playing now in the downtown. So I really think that it's either a workshop or it has to be, and I don't want another workshop, but I keep hearing, well, we don't want this and we don't want that and we don't do that, but we is not I. So I want to make sure that everybody understands where I'm coming from. We need to look at that area. Obviously, we have to make sure that it's safe, that we can get people in and out, that we can work with other partnership areas, that we have the input from the residents. But things like this are being done throughout Florida, throughout neighboring cities, throughout the country, and people are being evacuated safely, people are riding their bikes safely, walking safely. So I don't want us to put any kind of we're not going to do this, because that just defeats the whole purpose of what we're paying these planning companies to do. So just want to get on the record on that.
Mr. Wigner.
Thank you. I guess to put it a different way, I think we need to be strategic about where we're doing these things. And to the point is, downtown, we are focusing on projects that are more walkable, that are more connected. That's a focus. And let's call it the other more suburban sectors, we're focusing more on AI and more on traffic management, more on the things that are more more dependent on AI, right? Moving the people in the northern sector in a good traffic pattern, like you and I were talking about before, is more dependent on the technology that we're doing than it is in terms of the specific, pedestrianism things on Yamato Road, for example, right? It's moving 30,000 cars each way every hour. That's like, or daily. That's the key on Yamato Road. But downtown, the focus is on the walkability, the pedestrianism. And to Ms. Drucker's point, we've spent now years with Alta, and now we've engaged SPEC to work on a reasonable plan. And, I think, I'm not going to speak for the bear, but what I hear is that, we need to do something reasonable given just the realities of the situation. You have people that are going to use cars. You have thousands of people that live on the beach that need to get west. And we could do a lot of beautification. We can do a lot of traffic calming without, complete lane elimination that can get us, 80% of the way there, without significant disruption. And we're really hoping that Alta and SPEC can work on it. So, to put it back, I think we're asking to hit a double, right? And so we're asking for doubles, right? And doubles runs home, and we can do that. I think we can do that downtown. We can hit a double, and uptown with AI, more singles, right? AI, get those lights to work. So I think we're getting there, but different places do require different things, and I do agree. I think we're moving in the right direction. And again, these are multi-year, right? We've been planning for 2 years. The implementation of them will also take several years, just as will the construction of our downtown campus. So, we do have some years to kind of continue to work on this and plan appropriately in the CIP. But I think, focusing on the strengths and really kind of the uses of those areas is going to kind of dictate how the capital dollars are spent there.
Ms. Nicholas.
Thank you, Mayor Singer. Mr. Beard, the downtown east-west connectivity, that's over Federal and Dixie to the downtown campus, or what? Or is that the pedestrian bridge we've talked about? What is?
Yeah, the east-west connectivity is generally southern limits of Palmetto and up to the Brightline station. And I think it's now that the campus master plan has come forward with a concept, I think it's more kind of concrete. It's more formalized than it was previously of how we connect. But ultimately, that's really to connect the two halves of the downtown across Dixie and the tracks in Federal.
Okay. Yeah. Your question here, is there a specific place where it should be a strategic focus? I mean, obviously, I think the downtown, the master plan, and for me, the El Rio Trail underpass at Spanish River, I think that's really a potential lifesaver for that. So probably what I would put at the bottom of the list, which I think you already have, is the 4th, 5th, 6th. Even though I'd like to see that done, for me, that's at the bottom of what you have here. And I agree with Ms. Drucker, with Alta, when they came and they presented, I was underwhelmed. And I said it at the time, if this is what's being presented, then I'd rather do nothing than keep going down this road. So I think when they come back, and I think they're coming back in October, is our next update, is that correct? Okay. I would like to see more options. I would like to see what they come back with, and then we decide whether we do the lane width reductions and do angled parking or moving parking, or we have a parking garage somewhere else that can handle the parking. And Mr. Beard gave presentation why roundabouts wouldn't really work because we don't really have that width, but what other traffic calming things we can do, and if we have to move light poles and different infrastructure to make sidewalks wider and put street trees in there I hear all the time that it's just there's no shade walking on Palmetto, so we have to get those street trees in there, and I don't think that we can put them in there now, so we have to make the sidewalks wider. But when they come back, I would like to see what our options are, and more than what they've already done. And I think the Vision Zero, the improvements that we're going to, I think with everything else, you know, all these other things will be adding to our Vision Zero action plan. So, you know, whatever that number is going to be, I think a lot of these encompass our Vision Zero plan. So that's all I'm saying.
Mr. Thompson.
I think the question right here is there a specific place where transportation mobility should be a strategic focus? Are we allowed to introduce, recognizing I'm the one who's asking, any additional places beyond these, or are you just asking about these?
I think we're just asking about those, but certainly this is the opportunity. We're taking any feedback. If there is something that you've identified, absolutely.
I think for the reasons you've identified earlier, as it relates to potential funding decreases in Tri-Rail, that the bus and Palm Tran hub, so to speak, that we have in the city might be worth looking at in terms of what a strategic focus might be for our mobility. So you would put on the map earlier the mall as an example. I think that is something worth exploring further.
Specific to that, thoughts from other council members on that as a thing for staff to evaluate?
Could I get clarification? What would you see the evaluation consisting of, and what would we do potentially?
It does go back in some bit to the potential for a TOD there, but if that becomes if say in the future Tri-Rail is less reliable or available because of funding shortfalls or whatever, and buses need to be more commonly used by folks to come to work in town, we may need to accommodate for that. And I'm not sure I know exactly what that looks like, but if you're looking at an increase in folks using that versus Tri-Rail to come into town and work, I want to be able to say that we looked at what that could do to that part of town in ways that we could, I don't know, mitigate any impacts that it'll have.
And really, that's a good opportunity. I did have it on here, and we've talked about other things, but one of the questions from staff as we put together the overall citywide transportation plan, I didn't want to bring that to council too soon because really that's a heavy technical document, right? The transportation planners and engineers and getting together and say, what's our overall need? What does that look like? And then present that. But certainly good input from the perspective of that's a great opportunity to add that in. For them to go back to staff to say, look, this is an evaluation. And even from the bus perspective of what it was to now things that I've seen with automated rapid transit and those elements where just because it has wheels, you know, it has the connotations of a bus, but future transportation as an option. So noted, we can certainly evaluate that as part of the citywide transportation plan.
When will you be reporting out on that citywide transportation plan?
So we're looking forward to having a work order here in the next month or so to come before council. And then I will have to evaluate what the current dates look like. But it's my understanding that the county is anticipating getting real feedback by the beginning of 2026. And so our timeline with the consultant is to coincide with that. So generally speaking, later, I would say late in the calendar year 2025, we're anticipating to coordinate with the manager's office to present information to council.
So,
the point of inquiry is this, Zach, is this to connect into the iPark, into the master planning exercise? Is that what it's in relation to when you said in relation to the county, what the county's doing?
Oh, so the county put out an RFP and selected WSP for their countywide transportation plan.
Right.
So our goal is, as our understanding is, they're going to go out to each one of the municipalities and get input. But I think our goal is to be a bit more sophisticated than just input, is really have some true planning document to say, look, these are our real needs, and kind of put something down on paper to provide a concrete plan for the county to incorporate into their countywide transportation plan.
Got it. Agree 100%.
Okay.
So I'm not sure where we landed. We've talked about a lot of different things. I've got little notes on different ideas. I'm not entirely certain where we've landed.
Mr. Beer, do you think you know where we've landed, and what are we unclear on?
I have a lot of really valuable information. I certainly feel like I have direction for from the council for those areas. I think from those questions that we've asked, I guess I could repeat back some of the things I've heard, which is from a priority perspective, or at least, I guess, let me summarize and see if we can work off that, which is prioritize specific to the districts or regions. I won't call it districts, but regions where the transportation need is the greatest. So going from the downtown first, which I think gets our heaviest focus from all the needs of transportation, and really highlighting the walkability in that area and looking at those options. And I do want to take that from the downtown to make a note about Palmetto. I regret even putting that back up on the slides again. But I think I'm not saying we've shifted our focus away from that, but we've shifted our focus to the downtown campus master plan. And additionally, staff is looking at Meisner Boulevard. So we're looking at a protected intersection at Meisner Boulevard, and we're looking some other enhancements because I think, to the mayor's point, I think we can actually get wins there. So I do want to note from that's Alta. So they're doing that additionally, and I don't want to take away from them as well because it's not like they're not producing on Palmetto. Staff has redirected them as something where we can focus on, and they're also working on putting a pedestrian signal right there at Louis Bossi and evaluating that with those safety enhancements. So I do want to give them time to work on those things before we come back in and then go, change that unless from the city council, that's not what they should be doing. They do have direction in those areas, and I think those are big wins from a safety, walkability, and pedestrian. Then as we go out into the, call it mid-regions, our trails, our connectivity, and looking in those pathways to try and get people into the, call it the mid portion of town or in between sub and suburban, and then out in the western portion where significant residential areas are, focus on moving the vehicles and focusing on our corridors and those type of things. So I do have some general direction as the different areas where staff should be focused, and it did make sense.
Good.
Does everyone agree that that's where we're going?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
That's my answer.
Okay, well, I've got a nod and a yes and a nod and a maybe and a maybe. Okay, it's okay. It's okay, because we have a bit of consensus, and this is what I heard you say. Prioritize a focus on regions where the needs are greatest. Downtown is number one. Is that correct?
Yeah, that coincides. Yes, and that aligns with our top priority, which is the campus master plan.
Trails and connectivity in the mid, and then the western regions would then be next. Or yes and?
That's correct.
Okay, that's a good summary on that one. Okay, is there anything else for transportation and mobility?
Would you like me to summarize? Just for continuity of the rest of the slides, we talked about the TOC, and then we talked about the remainder of the strategic priority TM2. Which are the elements supporting our transportation mobility. I think we covered everything unless there's anything else there for input. All right.
Okay, so So if I could ask for a 10-minute break to put my recap together. I've finished it for yesterday. I'd like to discuss with my team. We'll come back and I will recap. At least I believe I have transportation and mobility set, but I want to just add anything that the team that my team has to offer, and then I'll do a recap.
All right.
Is that
Fine,
okay?
Everyone? 10 minutes, thanks.
10 minutes.
Trina, we'll turn it back to you for your recap.
Okay. Today was well spent. We got some good conversation. I think we've got some good direction. I think staff got to provide some input for you, and you provided input for them, and that was really part of our purpose for this workshop. So if yesterday's theme was more data, better use of technology, and cutting-edge tools, today's themes are get more data, ROI, and connectivity. Those are the words that we got out of today. So I'll start with Campus Master Plan because that's what we started yesterday, and I'll tell you where we landed and what we think we heard on a big, broad basis. So overall, this Campus Master Plan ought to provide a visionary plan where it's a destination for all. It's a holistic approach to integrate the entire community. It should focus on suitability, sensibility, and responsibility. In 10 years, this should be vibrant, walkable, multimodal with tangible measures for residents, businesses, and visitor happiness. Good summary so far. Okay. A workshop is needed for further dialogue, and what we got out of it is that the staff needs to provide options to achieve the vision that I just laid out and make recommendations for each option presented. Did I get that right? So I want to ensure everyone sitting here, but also the people listening and watching, that this is not a commentary on the current state. This is our future state. The staff is talented and dedicated and loyal, and I'm going to continue to say those. There's basically 4 words that I have said and will continue to say about staff. So these conversations are not a judgment call on how we're doing now. This is about where are we going? This is about how do we use this talented staff and the funds that you get to really create this destination, holistic approach to integrating the entire community. In order to do that, we started to then talk about these 7 strategic focus areas and what are the outcomes or targets that we're looking to accomplish. So again, if we ported you forward and we're all standing as a group of people at BRIC or LERP or Palmetto Park and US 1, can we look back and say, we nailed it? This is what we said we wanted, and staff did it. So those 7 areas include world-class services. So in terms of world-class services, we talk about implementing tech tools to create a service that's reliable, responsible, efficient, accessible, convenient, while increasing the importance of customer focus and human touch points. That's what we got out of world-class services. Did I miss anything there? When we talk about financially sound, what we're looking for is to properly plan for growth, prepare for legislative changes that may be unpredictable. We want to sustain financial fitness through future growth with the ability to be agile and pivot when needed. Did I get that right? We also talked about vibrant economy. We talked about vibrant economy. We talked about using more and better data to drive decision making, provide market forecasting data. So not just looking at where we've been, but what's the future going to look like? What does society say is happening out there? So market forecasting data about prosperous markets, and then we can adjust the decisions that we make here in Boca to accommodate those future trends. So this isn't just about small businesses. There's a focus on building the brand to focus on HQs and businesses with higher paying jobs who can employ more people. But understand that those getting out of college or moving back here to live also need to be able to afford to live, work, and play in the city. Is that a good description of the future vibrant economy?
One thing, you said prosperous markets. I think we were talking, at least I was, more about prosperous industries or industry clusters or sectors.
Industries and?
Industry sectors, industry clusters.
Okay. Okay. Today we talked about growth management, and the summary that in the few minutes I was able to put some things down, this is what we got out of it. The city would like to use a balanced approach. So when I summarized balanced approach, what I think we're talking about is walkability and pedestrianism downtown, connecting to other parts of the city with considerations for car ownership, because that isn't going away. We also are going to consider 150,000 commuters who commute into Boca to work, and then potentially use APOC as a model for those communities that potentially could copy something like that. Identify areas where no growth is needed. Talked about that. And allow Palmetto Park to be altered near downtown with the understanding that people will still use it to drive. What am I missing?
I would just say, take out the number 150,000 commuters, say commuters and visitors. They're not all commuters, and it's not necessarily 150, and the number is less relevant to the order of magnitude.
Got it. Okay. Anything else in growth management? Okay. When we talked about quality of life, what we got out of it on a big picture level is quality of life starts in neighborhoods and where we enhance livability. Public safety is number one, so that's the most important thing to everybody. Clean, safe neighborhoods that are accessible and connected, that have all the amenities suitable for that area. Good schools and access to that, including the walkability to it, so sidewalks where needed that are safe. And then another area of quality of life that matters to the city of Boca is quality government services. Using listening posts and mechanisms for the community to inform the staff and the council for those quality decisions, such as surveys, such as when you're out and about and the constituents stop you and tell you things. Health and well-being included in quality of life, including mental health, is a consideration as you think about decisions. Another big component of quality of life is recreation and how recreation influences the quality of life. We talked about big things and small things, but even things like accessibility to food and drinks in the park, which is important for kids who are hopefully using the parks more. And then finally, the quality of life is a feeling. Quality of life is a feeling that Boca is different. There's a sense of place here that isn't in other areas. Did I miss anything in quality of life?
Yeah, I would also say that recognizing that the health and well-being of our municipal workforce cross-departmentally is critical to the city's continued vibrancy and quality of life as well.
So health and well-being and mental health of the community and the staff.
Yes, entire municipal workforce, yes.
Okay. Okay. We wrapped up the day with transportation and mobility. This is what I think we heard. Downtown is the #1 focus. Focus on walkability in the downtown area, and then in the suburban sections, use tech and AI mechanisms to move people around safely. Finish connectivity, no change to the TOC, keep doing what you're doing. Use data to consider whether to bigger the Boca Connect fleet. 4th, 5th, and 6th is a lesser priority, but complete streets and the trail network are high priorities. Those are yes and, not either or. And then connectivity in the mid and western regions of Boca to focus on sidewalks. And finally, Alta needs to provide more better quality options. What am I missing?
Just one clarification, because when we had our pre-interviews, we got tripped up on TOC. When you said TOC, continue what you're doing, I think what I hear you saying is we've identified 2 strategic areas, the Tri-Rail Station, where we've made some approvals, and the downtown campus master plan, which has now been combined. They're two, as was said yesterday, 2 sides of the same coin. That's what I heard. Is that what you meant?
Is that what I meant?
Yes, I think the only thing that I would add to that is Councilmember Thompson added for staff to evaluate as part of the citywide transportation plan the potential for a 3rd TOC in the Midtown area.
Just to hit all our bases.
And may I just on that, because I actually didn't come back around. I think it's about just the quality that I would say evaluate. I would suggest we start with just understanding the ridership, the bus networks there. A Midtown plan was forsaken in 2018, and when we were looking at affordable housing, we had someone close to there suggest their unit count, but it was too high, and we put it on the back burner. I've not heard back from them. So I wouldn't say, for me, I think it's an inquiry stage, not deliver results by the next year and have a TOC plan. Is that fair to say, Mr. Thompson?
That sounds about right, while also taking into account if staff has views on these things or recommendations for us, I would want to know that.
Yes. Fair.
Yep, that's understood for us and what we're supposed to do from staff.
Okay. All of those.
Can I have one comment?
Yes.
What did you say about the tech and AI? Did you say only in the suburban areas, not the downtown?
No, well, to focus on tech and AI in the suburban areas to move people around safely.
I mean, I think it should be a focus throughout the whole city, not
Yes.
just the suburban areas.
Yes, I'd say continue to use the tech and AI that we're using and find more.
Citywide. Okay. And all of this is encompassed and sort of encircled by community safety, which is by far the highest rated thing in your survey, the highest rated response in your survey. It's the thing that Boca is known for. It's the foundation of all of these other things working well. And so as you as council start to make decisions that are future focused, you're going into your budget workshops, as you look at things that are future focused, all of those decisions are predicated on the things that are the most safe for the city. So as that presentation was moving forward, we heard things like we have to accommodate for growth. We heard things like we already measure so many things around safety, and to continue to let the council know what they need to increase safety for the businesses, residents, and communities that work here. And I don't think that's any different from what they already do. And so, again, as we've heard these themes for today and yesterday, staff makes recommendations. It's part of their job. And so as we move forward, we need to just tell them the type of recommendations that they're looking for and that you're looking for, so that they can be efficient in the work that they do and the research that they look for to provide you with those recommendations. But they do that really well. They're super smart. And what I have found is the staff that's here have been here. I mean, you have staff that's grown up here. You have so much institutional knowledge and history in the people who can provide you with the knowledge that you need for the decisions that you make to hit that vision in 2035 and 2050. So that's super exciting. And different, by the way, than most cities where we go. That is something to capitalize on, and very exciting. I want to bring up, if it's okay with you all, can I bring up something that's probably, it's a quick 5-minute thing, it's not up for discussion, but it's something that's going to be a little bit difficult for me. Is that okay? Okay, so if you'll flip the slide forward. Okay, so this is a friendly reminder because we are in other cities. And here's what we have found, especially this time of year, as all municipalities have the same fiscal year. And so they too are wrapping up strategic planning. They're walking into their budget period knowing that we have the same level of instability because of legislative changes that we do not know about yet. And so there's there's things you've talked about, there's things that Mr. Beer talked about that we just don't know yet. And so as you walk through that, what we see in other cities is that when we make midstream changes, it could be during the budget process, it could be halfway through the next cycle. But when a council, not necessarily you all, but when a council or a commission makes a midstream change, it gets misaligned with the priorities that have been decided in the workshop that they just had. And so we've now been working with executive teams to try to reconcile those unintended issues, because the councils have great intentions and they want their staff to do everything. And listen, you have a great staff, and when you ask for those things, they're on it right away and they do them. What I want to just make a friendly reminder around is that the priorities that you set are feasible within the capacity and the constraints of the city. If that changes, then there are just unintended shifts and changes that potentially, and again, in other cities we've watched this happen, that the staff has to pivot, and so they have to reallocate labor and resources. There's an increased cost as those midstream requests require reallocating budget or canceling things that are already partway completed. There's delays in service delivery, and again, we've seen that, and we've had to deal with in other cities some complaints from the community. And then again, as you've talked about the importance of those regional and state partnerships, we don't want that to get impacted as well, and we've watched that happen. So it's just a friendly reminder. Next slide, please. I'd like to do this slide, and then I would like to find out if there are things we have not talked about that we should have talked about from any of the council members. So this is, you saw this graphic yesterday. This is what we've completed and what we did in year 2 in terms of your contract with us. We've added some things to show you what the transition is should we be asked to come back for year 3. Our immediate next steps are to get you a final report. That will happen in May. In June, you can adopt the strategic plan that leads you into those budget process workshops. And again, I want to just praise you for being here. These are long days. There's lots of discussion to be had. There's huge, huge impacts to the projects that you have going on in the city right now. The staff's enthusiastic. I'm personally very excited about the things that you have going on. I can't wait to come back and stand on that corner in 2035. And so because they are dedicated and loyal and talented and intelligent, they're on cross-functional teams, and they are learning what they need to learn from those cross-functional levels of knowledge that one person doesn't have because they are great at one thing. So when engineering shares with finance, and engineers weren't quite even sure how that worked, and when the utility director shares with other departments the impacts of the decisions that get made, and while Mr. Stevens and Mr. Beer and Mr. Shad work together constantly, sometimes the functional areas down in their organizations don't always know what's happening. And so these cross-functional teams are starting to learn about other areas of the city. And that's, again, allowing the city to be more intelligent as they make offers and recommendations to you. So those are our most immediate next steps. So I would like to just wrap up with this question. What are we not talking about that needs to be talked about? What are your key takeaways?
Go ahead, Ms. Necklace. You.
Okay, I have one topic that, and we can talk about it at some point, but there was an employee survey done, and I'm not sure we ever got a complete wrap up from that. And just wondering, what unless I'm wrong, but I don't think we all ever got a complete wrap up from that. And I just would like to know what areas we can improve on, and if there's anything that the council needs to do, or
We'll provide council with a follow-up report, yes.
Say that again?
We will provide a follow-up report.
Okay.
I thought we had, but if we have not, we will.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Wigner, you went forward?
Yeah, I think we talked about the government campus master plan at length, but a very important subsector when we're talking about 2035 that we've talked about tangentially is where our municipal workforce and our senior staff, where where are they physically? Meaning, are they all in the same exact place as downtown? I know that our consultants have began to work on options of a complete just replacement or a temporary relocation. And obviously, one of the things that we talked about is a bifurcation, potentially, about putting just critical items downtown. But there'll be a downtown workshop that we're going to know about, maybe as part of that workshop, or potentially even a separate workshop, is what is the future of our senior municipal workforce? What does that look like physically? Where are those services being delivered? Are they all just happening downtown? And of course, there's the financial ramifications of such that we're evaluating in our due diligence. So we really didn't talk about those high-level discussions that I think are critical. And to Ms. Nocklis's point, yes, too, in terms of employee, the employee satisfaction, wellness, some other specific issues we'll have to talk about, at another time. Lastly, one of the things that we really tangentially that we talked about that might have to be brought up in the future is, this is the 100-year anniversary of our city. So we have a charter that's 100 years old. And, I've looked about this at other cities, and of course the state of Florida has its own charter review commission or constitutional review commission in terms of the state. But the question is, now that we're 100 years old, should there be some charter review? Should there be something, a modernization of our governing documents? I haven't thought about it too much. There was this situation of the changing the terms last, before we were elected, and maybe that's something that should be considered, maybe for the future, that the staggered terms should be 4 years apart, not to affect, current terms, but maybe in the future, something we think about. But really structural is there time for certain charter review things? And this might be something, Mr. Kaler or something, there were some things that we might need to clean up or just modernize an ancient governing document. I haven't thought about it. I'm just thinking out loud about it, that it might be a future topic that's saying, hey, it's 100 years, maybe we should be looking at this. Are there ways to improve, right? We're talking about technology, but there are ways to improve our governing documents, maybe more of a legal question, and a policy consideration, but something that I do think I'd love for my colleagues to think about at some point, and bring it up again, because there are some important things that we really just scratched the surface on over the course of many, many years that maybe we need to talk more about.
Noted.
Anyone else? I'll just add, just on those last 2 points, I know we're going to talk about it in short order, so it's not a 2035. It's at some point in second quarter 2025. Our short-term campus needs, I just noted that all of the lease proposals there give us an upper bound roughly in the same amount of square footage. We might consider a lease structure that has less, as we find we don't have to move everyone, and that, I know that's an ongoing thing. On the charter, that's, in my time here, I've proposed several charter amendments. I think they've gone through. I don't see a need. Our charter is not 100 years old, by the way. I think we're on our 8th or 9th. But I don't see the need for a wholesale change. I will note that on term limits, I have no desire to bring that up again, but it is physically impossible to change the length of a term without impacting an incumbent, because someone has to fill that extra year, unless you have a new election for just 1 year only, which really kind of defeats the purpose. And then you have a double election instead of less. So that's just a technical thing, but if a charter review commission comes forward in the future, that's something they'll have to weigh. That is not, I think that's a one-off, and I think our charter has some foibles, but I'm not pushing that now. Mr. Brown, did you want to add anything? Because I knew you wanted to share some thoughts.
Just a few comments, since this is probably it is my last strategic planning session in this present role. This is my 30th strategic planning session. Going back, we started in 1995. And it's interesting that some of the challenges that the city faced in 1995, we still face. Traffic, cost of improvements, maintenance of our facilities, which part comes first, all those kinds of questions. And I think those will remain the questions that the city faces. We are incredibly fortunate as a municipality. I'm very serious about that. I travel all over the state and communicate with other people in the management professions. They have problems that we would shudder to think that if we had to deal with those problems. We do not. We deal with small problems. My joke with folks in the industry, in the state, and around the nation is our concerns are the size of real estate signs. That's one of our biggest concerns. It was at one point in the past. And I just want to say, you know, I feel very lucky to have worked with the team that's here and the team that was here before. The collaboration between elected officials and the incredible staff that you have. So rely on them, support them in the future. And I was just thinking back, I've looked around, I am the oldest person in the room. I don't feel like it, but I am. And I've spent 2/3 of my years in Boca Raton. And they have been great, and I know that they will be great in the future. This isn't a retirement speech, that comes later. This is just, I wanted to say, in the context of strategic planning, this is always interesting. There's always a lot of dialogue, and what it does, I think, is it informs all of us about what we're thinking about, and it plants seeds for people to think about something in the future, perhaps, or that, hey, we really have come a fairly long way. Let's say with mobility in the past 5 years, we've done a lot. We have a lot more to do, but we've done a lot. In terms of being our customer service, I think from the time that I started with the city to now, we have improved incredibly in terms of our ability to communicate with the public and share information with them. So thanks all for listening to me. It was just, I wanted to share a few thoughts. Thank you.
It's a great perspective. Okay, I will toss the ball back to you.
Well, thank you. If no council members have any other comments and no staff following the lead of Mr. Brown, because he said it very well, then on behalf of the council, I'll say thank you first to our hardworking staff who's out there every day. Thank you for your insights today and all 365 days of the year. We look forward to continued partnership with you to serve our residents. And thank you, Trinovations, for helping facilitate. If there's nothing further to come before us, we're adjourned at 4:02. Good afternoon.